che purtroppo, come tutti ben sapete, in questi giorni ci sono stati diversi disagi sia da un punto di vista di linee ferroviarie che da un punto di vista di autostrade e anche di trasporti aerei, perché ad esempio attendiamo una delegazione di colleghi dal Brasile che però non è ancora riuscita ad arrivare per problemi di veicolazione aerea. Quindi, stante questo, però diamo inizio ai lavori e davvero un mio sentito grazie e ringraziamento per aver pensato a noi per questa conferenza, e un sentito ringraziamento alle autorità che sono qui presenti, che chiedo di accomodarsi per iniziare la giornata. Vorrei iniziare chiedendo alla prorettrice vicaria, che ha fatto veramente l'impossibile per essere qui con noi, e quindi che ringrazio davvero tanto, la professoressa Nicoletta da Crema, che ci introdurrà alla giornata attraverso alcuni cenni sulla nostra università. Quindi direi che iniziamo con questo intervento davvero molto atteso. Grazie.
Grazie. Buongiorno a tutte e buongiorno a tutti. Parlerò in italiano perché so che c'è la cabina di traduzione simultanea e dunque vi do il benvenuto come prorettrice vicaria alla nostra università e nella nostra città. In questo momento rappresento il rettore, il quale è impegnato su un altro fronte istituzionale. Vorrei dire due parole su questo importantissimo appuntamento, perché davvero quando la professoressa Bagnasco mi ha invitato mi sono un poco documentata, ho letto con molta attenzione il programma e intanto estrapolo 3 punti che sono 3 punti secondo me fondamentali, che danno davvero un valore aggiunto a questo convegno e quindi ne fanno una punta d'eccellenza. Intanto è la prima volta che questa conferenza così importante si svolge in Italia e si svolge presso la nostra università. Quindi questo è un elemento che a me, come prorettrice vicaria, fa molto, molto piacere. Poi è un anno di celebrazioni, questo è un momento, mi permetto di dire, è un momento di festa. Sono 30 anni di fondazione della rivista Nursing Ethics e stiamo celebrando questo momento di fondazione. E poi un pubblico davvero internazionale, un pubblico e attori davvero internazionali. Questo elemento a me fa molto piacere perché davvero io sono convinta e sono profondamente convinta che una spinta internazionale sia, come dire, l'elemento aggiunto, e oggi non possiamo che andare verso una come dire, sinergia dei saperi, come state dimostrando con questo convegno. Non solo, mi piace molto l'idea del coinvolgimento attivo dei nostri studenti, perché l'università per missione si occupa ovviamente di formazione, si occupa di ricerca, e poi di tante altre cose, però la formazione è importante e che questi studenti italiani e inglesi collaborino in modo attivo, si prendano cura in modo attivo dello svolgimento e della vita di questo convegno è una cosa davvero molto molto bella. Così dovrebbe essere sempre in ogni università. E poi un altro elemento, il premio. Quest'anno verranno dati 2 premi e ho apprezzato tantissimo che un premio è dato a un italiano, giusto? Ma l'altro premio è dato a infermieri ucraini. Allora, questo elemento a me fa capire quanto sia importante l'elemento della sensibilità nella vostra professione, una sensibilità fondamentale per la cura del malato e un elemento di sensibilità e di attenzione verso l'elemento umano, gli ucraini. Quindi grazie davvero. I temi che trattate sono temi che toccano tutti noi. Io credo che da noi in Italia si dice infermieristica, però forse è proprio il termine inglese che più rende l'idea di quello che è il vostro lavoro, no? Caregiving, cioè colui che dà cura, colui che da persona umana e non solo da persona umana, quindi l'aspetto umano coniuga l'aspetto umano, etica, con anche quello naturalmente scientifico. Le grandi questioni, le grandi sfide, vedo la pandemia, siamo usciti dalla pandemia, l'Università di Genova, e qui vedo tanti nostri importanti colleghi che ringrazio, si è attivata molto sin da subito con uno sforzo imponente e vinto subito nella far fronte alla pandemia. Credo che siamo stati, posso dire tranquillamente che siamo stati forse l'università che ha reagito per prima in modo positivo al far fronte alla pandemia, creando poli vaccinali all'interno dell'università, ad esempio. E poi le altre grandi sfide, il fine vita che riguarda tutti noi, no? Proprio i motivi della etica che coinvolgono ogni individuo. Coraggio, empatia, emozioni, la gestione delle emozioni e poi naturalmente, giustamente, avete dedicherete una parte al management e tutta a quel settore necessario e altrettanto fondamentale. Quindi per concludere queste poche parole che però mi sentivo proprio in dovere etico di dirvi buon lavoro a tutte, buon lavoro a tutti. Credo che alcuni di voi siano venuti per la prima volta forse in Italia, forse a Genova e forse nella nostra università. Io ho preparato giusto una brief overview della nostra università, credo di dover andare, trasferirmi lì e così vi do alcune linee, ovviamente in modo il più sintetico possibile, di quello che è il nostro mondo. Grazie.
Guarda Nicoletta, c'è sia questo che questo.
Non vedo nessuno. Sì. Ma... Bene. Allora. I hope it works. Sì. Dovrebbe andare. Come sempre c'è la suspense del... vabbè, partiamo da qua. Sì, va
perché
bene
il
qua.
video non partiva.
Va bene, e poi giro con questo.
Sì.
Benissimo. Allora, come vedete, questa è la Liguria, è la nostra terra. Vediamo se riesco. Mi vedete? Sono piccola e va bene, sentite la mia voce. È la Liguria perché vi ho messo una immagine della nostra regione, perché l'Università di Genova è la Università della Liguria. Noi come Università di Genova siamo nel contesto nazionale un fenomeno un po' atipico, perché siamo l'unica università che rappresenta tutta la regione, quindi un'università importante. Siamo un ateneo diffuso. Cosa significa? Significa che siamo un ateneo diffuso su tutto il territorio ligure. Abbiamo sedi a partire dall'estremo ovest al confine con la Francia, Imperia, Savona, Genova e La Spezia. Copriamo quindi tutto il territorio ligure. Vedete delle immagini, l'immagine dell'Università di Genova, siamo nel pieno centro della città e abbiamo sedi in tanti palazzi antichi. Quando Genova era la signora dei mari, quindi 1500-1600, e sono palazzi dei Rolli, cioè sono patrimonio dell'UNESCO. Io spero che voi abbiate un po' di tempo per forse passare a vederli, perché sono davvero un patrimonio culturale dell'umanità, unico forse al mondo. Siamo un'università tra le più antiche non solo d'Italia ma del mondo. Siamo stati fondati nel 1481, quindi abbiamo una grande tradizione storica alle spalle, storica, culturale e scientifica. E poi sono rappresentati gli altri campus, perché la struttura della nostra università è quella del campus, il campus di La Spezia, che è specializzato. Ogni campus ha una caratterizzazione scientifica e didattica e anche di ricerca. Il campus di La Spezia ha la struttura di un vero e proprio campus, quindi con molta attenzione anche ai servizi che noi diamo agli studenti e che diamo ai colleghi e ai docenti. Si occupa soprattutto di scienze del mare. Il campus di Savona si occupa, modernissimo, si occupa sostanzialmente di energia, è un'eccellenza per l'energia, come il polo di La Spezia è un'eccellenza per tutte le scienze del mare. E poi abbiamo il polo di Imperia, che invece si occupa di più di turismo e di tutto quello che ruota attorno e ruoterà attorno all'elemento alimentare. Quindi ogni campus dà una grande importanza al lavoro in sinergia con il territorio, cioè è espressione del territorio. Abbiamo anche una chicca in più, che sono i giardini Hambury, giardini botanici a Ventimiglia, quindi all'estremo confine con la Francia, e questi giardini sono un vero e proprio patrimonio naturale, che se vi capiterà di avere tempo o di tornare in Italia, davvero vi consiglio di andare a visitare. Ora cerco di... Bene, vi parlo a un pubblico internazionale e dunque vorrei fare un breve focus della vostra attenzione sulla internazionalizzazione. Noi abbiamo più del 10% della popolazione studentesca che proviene dall'estero. Abbiamo avuto tantissime domande di ammissione e sono rappresentati più di 100 paesi all'interno dell'Università di Genova. Devo dire che è molto bello girare per l'università e sentire parlare tante lingue. Abbiamo tantissimi accordi con le università. Io ho semplicemente selezionato 2 o 3 università, con Berkeley, con Davis, quindi con la California, con tutta la Florida International University, ma soprattutto poi abbiamo accordi con Shanghai, adesso stiamo costruendo accordi con il Giappone, ma siamo anche all'interno del programma Ulysseus. Voi sapete che la Ulysseus Alliance è un'alleanza di università europee e l'Università di Genova è un partner fondamentale di queste università. Vi do un po' di numeri. Siamo una grande università, un grande ateneo, abbiamo 35.000 studenti circa, abbiamo visto la percentuale degli stranieri, abbiamo 128 corsi di studio, 18 dei quali sono tenuti totalmente, completamente in lingua inglese. Abbiamo tanti studenti in mobilità outgoing e incoming Erasmus e ogni anno produciamo 5.800 laureati. Abbiamo un dottorato, corsi di dottorato molto forti, devo dire, e in continua crescita, e questo è un nostro motivo di orgoglio. Sono 30, personale docente, personale tecnico-amministrativo e come vedete abbiamo spin-off, tanti e tantissimi brevetti. Quello che mi piace sottolineare è, ve l'ho messo in giallo, che il 37,8% delle nostre colleghe donne sono inventrici sul totale dei titolari di brevetti. Quindi l'elemento femminile che voi trattate, tra l'altro, in uno dei vostri panel, è molto presente all'Università di Genova, è molto curato e soprattutto è anche molto ma molto produttivo. Questo vi fa vedere, e lo sapete meglio di me, che quando le donne si impegnano sanno produrre grandi risultati. Ovviamente l'Università di Genova è al centro dell'agenda mondiale, come tutte le università: digitalizzazione, sostenibilità, inclusione, internazionalizzazione e soprattutto qualità. Questi sono i nostri poli. Vi parlo 2 istanti di ricerca. L'anno scorso l'università è stata molto impegnata sui progetti PNRR. Voi sapete che l'Italia è stata, come dire, è al centro di finanziamenti PNRR e lo sarà ancora per i prossimi anni, e all'Università di Genova è arrivato un finanziamento di 72 milioni di euro. Abbiamo attualmente in atto 24 progetti PNRR e, come vedete, ne abbiamo molti sulla salute e sulla salute, ambiente, biodiversità e clima. Quindi il tema salute è un tema che sta molto a cuore all'Università di Genova. Qui vi ho trascritto sostanzialmente per gruppi quelli che sono i nostri progetti e vedete che c'è un grande progetto sulle neuroscienze, il monitoraggio dei dati, i big data analytics, la bioimaging, quindi vedete che all'interno dello sforzo PNRR l'Università di Genova e soprattutto l'area medica è molto al centro. Siamo capofila di progetti PNRR, ecosistema dell'innovazione, per robotica e intelligenza artificiale, che riguarda comunque anche voi, e come vedete gli obiettivi teleassistenza e cura delle persone. È un grandissimo progetto questo, che cuba molti milioni di euro. E poi abbiamo un partenariato esteso, che questo interessa direttamente anche voi, importantissimo, NESIS. Abbiamo un finanziamento di 114 milioni di euro e ve lo sintetizzo così. Vedete quali sono gli obiettivi. L'obiettivo principale è lo sviluppo di approcci farmacologici innovativi e la creazione poi di modelli digitali di malattia. E quello che è fondamentale è che questo progetto si pone l'obiettivo di disegnare trattamenti individualizzati, quindi sulla singola persona, per le malattie neurologiche e psichiatriche. Questo è un progetto bandiera della Regione Liguria per la realizzazione di un centro nazionale di medicina computazionale e tecnologica che riguarderà tutti noi. Stiamo raccogliendo grandi finanziamenti ministeriali, il progetto è, come dire, avviato, è stato varato e sarà quel grande progetto che vedrà, come dire, attore principale tutta l'Università di Genova come vedete, sulla medicina e che integra l'aspetto medico con l'aspetto ingegneristico. È una grande innovazione e si chiama Erzelli e siamo tutti concentrati su questa grandissima sfida che è la sfida del presente e sarà la sfida del futuro proprio a livello di ricerca, di cura e di trattamento della malattia. È un polo scientifico, sarà un polo scientifico unico in Italia e questa è come dire, l'investimento anche in termini economici e di ricerca e di cura più importante attualmente dell'Italia del Nord. Con questo chiudo e spero di avervi dato una piccola idea di quella che è il nostro Ateneo, il nostro impegno e soprattutto concludo proprio col concetto di impegno. Grazie per il vostro impegno qui oggi e grazie soprattutto per il vostro impegno nel lavoro quotidiano e nella ricerca quotidiana. Grazie davvero.
Grazie, ringrazio sentitamente la professoressa da Crema, prorettrice, che ci ha dato la possibilità di comprendere quanto appunto in questo Ateneo possiamo lavorare insieme, fare progetti e ricerca che coinvolgono tutte le professioni. Chiederei al professor Giacomo Borgonovo, vicepreside della nostra scuola di scienze mediche e farmaceutiche, se vuole portarci i saluti della scuola. Grazie.
Certo, non voglio rubarvi molto perché vedo che siamo già in leggero ritardo. Il preside si scusa, ma ovviamente anche lui aveva degli impegni precedentemente assunti, quindi tocca a me portare i saluti. Sono molto contento e soprattutto quello che mi colpisce molto, io sono un chirurgo, faccio il medico, quindi il vedere una platea così estesa di diciamo così, di colleghi che si occupano della cura dei malati, e mi fa un po' di amarezza, perché certamente questa evoluzione che c'è stata dal vostro lato, cioè in campo infermieristico, non ha credo trovato sempre un parallelismo in quello che è il nostro campo medico, e i temi toccati oggi sono molto sensibili e ovviamente coinvolgono tutto il personale. Credo che nella formazione del medico, così come quella dell'infermiere, sia altrettanto necessario il tema etico, e non soltanto i grandi temi come ovviamente l'autonomia, la giustizia, la beneficence, eccetera, perché sono temi che sono quasi, come dire, dovrebbero essere alla base della nostra formazione, ma in realtà sono temi che io lo vedo, parlo per quanto riguarda la medicina, sono poco toccati. Abbiamo un corso di scienze umane dove io svolgo un corso, per esempio, di circa un'oretta, che tratta per esempio dell'evoluzione di quello che è stato il pensiero chirurgico, e tocco soprattutto quelli che sono gli aspetti più sensibili dal punto di vista etico per quanto riguarda l'attività chirurgica, che ne coinvolge molti, ne vede molti. Ovviamente anche i temi un po' più sottili, come diciamo così, la fairness, l'equità, eccetera, sono temi altrettanto, vedo che sono stati in qualche modo toccati e sono trattati in maniera estesa, quindi questo fa onore all'organizzazione, perché secondo me sono cose che dovrebbero essere alla base, sono quello che rendono in definitiva, come dire, mi viene l'inglese meglio, reliable and accountable, gli operatori sanitari che ovviamente si curano dei malati, soprattutto in una regione come la nostra, che vede molti anziani, ma mi sembra che anche in Inghilterra ci sia questa, diciamo così, come anche in altri paesi, la problematica del paziente anziano, del paziente cosiddetto fragile. E ovviamente un tema che a me sta molto a cuore per tante ragioni è il tema del fine vita. La scuola di medicina ha promosso da quest'anno l'istituzione di una scuola di specialità che vede coinvolte 3 specialità: oncologia, medicina e anestesiologia, per la formazione di persone dedite diciamo così, alle cosiddette cure palliative e al trattamento del fine vita, del quale si sente sempre più bisogno, che non sia una cosa, diciamo così, episodica o lasciata, diciamo così, all'iniziativa di pur ottimi professionisti, ma ovviamente necessita di una formazione specifica e con delle competenze specifiche. Quindi con grande gioia che vi auguro buon lavoro e spero che sarà sicuramente così, un'ottima riuscita della vostra conferenza. Grazie.
Grazie per questo intervento che testimonia anche molti anni in cui abbiamo iniziato a pensare di proporre anche interventi formativi, momenti formativi in collaborazione, in integrazione nel centro di simulazione, nelle varie attività che hanno visto la scuola di medicina collaborare in questo senso, quindi grazie. Volevo chiedere all'avvocato Paolo Gianatti, che ringrazio di essere qui, presidente del Comitato Etico Regione Liguria, se vuole fare un saluto e un intervento.
No, resto in piedi giusto perché ho lo schermo davanti. Intanto grazie di avermi permesso di essere qua presente e inizio facendo un ragionamento sulla non occasionalità delle iniziative umane e l'internazionalità di questo evento dell'incontro delle scienze infermieristiche non è casuale. Io ricordo, ho condiviso con una persona della quale sono onorato di essere amico, che è il professor Milko Zanini, che in questo momento non vedo qua in sala, ho condiviso quando sono andato questa primavera a Firenze, ho visitato Santa Croce e c'è la statua, no, della madre della scienza infermieristica moderna. La svizzera Nightingale, scusatemi se pronuncio male o se ricordo male il cognome. Nightingale, perfetto, sì, certo, grazie. Che, voglio dire, 203 anni fa è nata, no? E il fatto che la statua, quindi il suo onore, sia richiamato a Firenze, lei è svizzera, sia chiamato a Firenze, in Santa Croce, dove è racchiusa la sintesi della cultura italiana ed europea, no? Tanto per dire, no? Machiavelli, Canova, non è un caso, è perché anche la scienza infermieristica nasce da una esigenza culturale, di senso civico. E allora, se oggi questo convegno viene celebrato sull'etica infermieristica con una platea e una partecipazione, un contributo fattivo di carattere internazionale, è perché nasce proprio da quella che è la riunione delle culture, da cui poi si può arrivare ad un principio etico che riesca a far condividere la tutela del paziente. Come comitato etico, oggi non più regionale ma territoriale, secondo il regolamento europeo, noi siamo oggi in carica da poco più di un mese, no? Dall'8 di giugno a livello nazionale sulla base di un decreto ministeriale che ha attuato il regolamento europeo. Ecco, abbiamo la competenza per la valutazione delle sperimentazioni cliniche. Perché ci chiamiamo etici? Perché dobbiamo valutare tutte le sfaccettature di una sperimentazione clinica, dalla parte più strettamente scientifica alla parte giuridica, non vogliatemene, alla parte anche proprio di assistenza del paziente infermieristica, alla parte biostatistica, alla parte bioetica. E quindi io voglio sottolineare che per legge da sempre in Italia una componente obbligatoria dei comitati etici è sempre stata la componente delle professioni sanitarie, cosa che non è esclusa, anzi è ricompresa anche in quella nuova competenza che abbiamo dalla sentenza del 2019 della Corte Costituzionale, che ci ha attribuito l'onere di esprimere una valutazione nei casi di richiesta di fine vita, perché tutti quanti sappiamo che il fine vita in Italia nasce, no, o meglio, è stato legittimato non dal nostro legislatore, che in questo caso, forse non tanto eticamente, ma in maniera opportunistica per motivi suoi propri, di carattere più politico, non si è mai pronunciato, ma a seguito di una sentenza della Corte Costituzionale, no, che ha dichiarato la parziale incostituzionalità di un articolo del Codice Penale e che quindi ha dovuto individuare anche, sempre qua nel silenzio del nostro legislatore, qual è il percorso per poter ottenere una valutazione di fine vita in Italia. Quindi abbiamo anche questa competenza e all'interno di questo ringrazio il professore che ha detto, no, questo corso per il fine vita, perché giustamente ci sono delle professionalità che sono non sempre presenti nei comitati etici italiani, ma che vengono poi ricomprese, che le possiamo chiamare in caso necessario, quindi il rianimatore, quindi l'oncologo, quindi anche il neurologo e lo psicologo. L'infermiere, il rappresentante delle professioni sanitarie c'è sempre. Questo lo dico perché è importante comprendere quanto l'etica nelle scelte fondamentali, oggi la ricerca scientifica ci porta a degli spazi che erano inimmaginabili fino a 10 anni fa, il rapporto diretto, il rapporto umano, ma non soltanto di quell'empatia umana, ma dell'umano con lo scienziato è importante, e quella che è l'esercizio proprio dell'attività di chi svolge la professione sanitaria, infermieristica, è basilare. Io da avvocato vi posso dire che molti processi li abbiamo risolti non con la cartella clinica ma con la cartella infermieristica, perché sono molto più approfondite, lo dico senza tema di smentita, sentenze mi danno ragione, no? Perché c'è proprio una cura del quotidiano, del minuto per minuto, quel che succede al paziente, e questo è importantissimo. Quindi ascolterò con piacere perlomeno parte di questo vostro congresso. Grazie a tutti.
Grazie anche per questo esempio positivo di tracciabilità dell'assistenza, che non è forse sempre, però in alcuni casi sì, quindi grazie, e anche per questo intervento che effettivamente negli ultimi 10 anni finalmente riesce a vedere nei comitati etici la presentazione di tanti progetti di ricerca infermieristica, e questo è credo un grande passo avanti rispetto al passato. Quindi ringrazio davvero tutte le autorità che finora sono intervenute. È in sala la segretaria nazionale della Federazione degli Ordini delle Professioni Infermieristiche, la dottoressa Beatrice Mazzoleni. Beatrice, se ti vuoi accomodare qua al palco, grazie.
Grazie, un buongiorno a tutti. Grazie professoressa Gallagher di questa opportunità di aver portato qui in Italia, insieme alla professoressa Magnasco, all'Università di Genova, ai colleghi, la possibilità di, direi, festeggiare 30 anni del Nursing Ethics. Un momento importante perché anche il titolo ci dice di guardare al passato per poi vedere nel futuro, in quello che arriverà. Spesso forse l'etica infermieristica è stata un pochino costretta in alcune parti della professione, in alcune parti degli esercizi, in alcune parti di setting assistenziali. Credo che questo momento storico abbia la necessità di riuscire a pensare all'etica. Noi in Italia parliamo molto anche della deontologia, noi abbiamo il codice deontologico delle professioni infermieristiche, di pensarla in un modo più, mi viene da dire, infiltrante nel senso di riuscire a divulgarlo costantemente e quotidianamente in quelle che sono le attività, non solo professionali ma anche umane, perché davanti abbiamo delle grandi sfide. Abbiamo come professione molti temi sul tavolo, a partire da quelle che sono tematiche come le nuove generazioni che incontriamo nella formazione, nuove generazioni che incontriamo nell'assistenza, nuove generazioni che incontriamo nel quotidiano nelle società, che sono fortemente cambiate. E non parlo solo dell'invecchiamento della popolazione, dove la Liguria ci insegna anche molto positivamente come affrontare. Dall'altra parte le nuove generazioni hanno bisogno di un approccio anche all'etica e alla deontologia, probabilmente anche dal punto di vista sociale, culturale e personale. Su questi ragionamenti anche come federazione stiamo riattivando un percorso di revisione del codice deontologico. Noi arriviamo dall'ultima versione del 2019, quindi è anche abbastanza recente, con un'integrazione fatta nel periodo del Covid, ma ora sappiamo già di aver necessità di riprendere in mano e di poter approfondire nuovamente queste tematiche. Ma questo perché abbiamo bisogno veramente probabilmente di spostare quello che è un vissuto a volte troppo individualistico rispetto invece ad un approccio della comunità sia professionale che quella della nostra società. Banalmente dobbiamo affrontare temi dell'intelligenza artificiale. Probabilmente ci stiamo preparando più ad affrontarlo dal punto di vista scientifico, ma sarà fondamentale affrontarlo anche dal punto di vista etico, perché anche questo impatterà su quello che è l'approccio, piuttosto che la parte della digitalizzazione o la globalizzazione. La globalizzazione dal punto di vista anche dei professionisti, perché comunque abbiamo e viviamo un momento storico di grande scambio di professionisti, anche soprattutto infermieri a livello mondiale, piuttosto che anche delle popolazioni. Questo ci richiama ad un approccio di tale tipo, piuttosto che la global health. Una global health che dobbiamo insegnare, dobbiamo aiutare quelli che sono i colleghi infermieri a riuscire ad approcciare per poi aiutare le popolazioni. Noi in questo momento, ad esempio, stiamo partecipando anche alla legge 33 di Monsignor Paglia su quello che è l'approccio agli anziani, ma che non è un approccio all'anziano malato, è l'approccio all'invecchiamento della persona, che è un approccio diverso, ha un approccio che vuole dare dignità, che vuole dare accompagnamento, che vuole dare più anni possibili di dignità, di sostenibilità di una vita. E qui ci ritroviamo molto come valori professionali nel poter sostenere questo, quindi riuscire a aiutare e sostenere anche una popolazione spesso dichiarata fragile, ma che ormai assolutamente dobbiamo riuscire ad accompagnare in questo tipo di percorso. Quindi tutti i temi i numerosissimi temi davvero che sono stati riportati e sono previsti in questi 2 giorni ci aiuteranno sicuramente a recuperare un periodo di storia e a poter posizionare dei nuovi paletti. E personalmente riporterò, mi impegno a seguire sicuramente tutta la giornata di oggi, ma anche un pezzo di domani, per riportare poi anche a livello nazionale quelli che saranno i contenuti che riporteremo oggi. Quindi davvero grazie e un buon lavoro a tutti.
Grazie alla dottoressa Mazzoleni, alla Federazione Nazionale degli Ordini che quest'anno direi che ha investito in modo eccezionale sulla ricerca infermieristica per aver fatto nascere in Italia, in seno alla Federazione Nazionale, il Centro di Eccellenza per la Ricerca e lo Sviluppo dell'Infermieristica, un centro di ricerca che ha iniziato a lavorare a 1000 sotto la guida di un direttore scientifico di eccellenza, che è la professoressa Loredana Sasso, che ascolteremo nel primo pomeriggio con la sua relazione, e che ha investito tantissimo finanziando 6 ricercatori sul territorio nazionale, 4 sulle scuole di dottorato, tra cui la scuola di dottorato di Genova, e 2 sui centri di eccellenza. Quindi grazie per questo intervento, per la partecipazione e grazie per quello che sta facendo la Federazione rispetto alla ricerca infermieristica. Io concluderei questa prima parte che ha riguardato la presentazione da parte delle autorità, e darei la parola alla professoressa Gallagher per continuare e introdurre la sessione plenaria. Grazie a tutti.
Thank you very much, Anna Maria. Thank you to all our dignitaries for their time to come and welcome us today and give some introduction. Again, we're very pleased to be in Genoa, and thank you for hosting the conference. So thank you. So we'll now move to the next session, which is the first keynotes. I'm going to invite Professor Rita Suhonen, who's going to chair this, and the first speaker is from California. Sadly, she can't be with us today, so we're going to have an online lecture, so we hope all goes well. And just thank you again for that really fantastic first session. Thank you. So I'm going to hand over to Rita. Thank you.
Buongiorno and good morning. Welcome to the first session, and we have an honor to listen to two very good speakers knowing all the history of nursing ethics. And we are talking today about the history of nursing ethics and looking back. So we are celebrating 30 years of the journal Nursing Ethics as well. So the first speaker is Professor Marsha Fowler. She is a senior fellow and professor of ethics, spirituality, and faith integration, and she is recognized as one of the nursing's leading ethicists. Dr. Fowler has written around 10 books, including the award-winning Ethics at the Bedside, along with hundreds of articles and book chapters. So she has also given over 1,100 invited keynotes and plenary presentations. So she is going to talk about setting the skin, and she is looking back and talking about the history. And she has also given some heritage, an enormous selection of nursing ethics books for University of Surrey several years ago. So around 40 minutes, Professor Fowler, the floor is yours. I hope everything is going well from US side. Great.
All right, can you see that properly?
Yes, yes.
All right, good. I have been, well, first of all, greetings to everybody, and I deeply regret that I cannot be there with you, but perhaps next year in Montreal. I have been studying the history and development of nursing ethics for roughly 50 years, and I have finally collected my research into a book. It'll be coming out, I think, in the spring. It's Nursing Ethics, 1800s to the Present. And here's the cover, and what you see on the cover are these California poppies, native flowers that are in my yard. And these are native flowers that arose from the native soil. And that's exactly what I want to do with nursing ethics, is find the native ethics that arose from nursing soil. So that this research started in 1980. I started in ethics in 1973, and this research started in 1980. This is before there was an internet, before there were laptops, before there was email, before there was digitalization. There was no online. And so it made the research rather difficult. As a consequence, my lifelines for this research were the telephone, because I would telephone librarians, actual human librarians across the country, and the postal service. They would mail me the books, I would mail them back. And then, of course, the usual doctoral student nutritional plan of lattes and Dr. Pepper and Cheetos and potato chips. I was studying at the time the American Nurses Association Code of Ethics, and its several iterations and how they related to the social context of the day, to the social location of nurses, and at that time, the social location of women. And in the process of researching the history of the Code of Ethics, I came across this monstrous treasure trove of ethics literature that was over 100 years old. And you see here some of the books. This in the center, you see the book by Charlotte Akins, and it went to multiple editions. In addition to these, about 100 books and different editions, I also found other documents as well. On the left, the blue book is the first first ethics textbook on nursing ethics by Isabel Hampton Robb, and that was published in 1900. But the next book over, the green book there, is by Margaret Fox, a British nurse, and this is a standard med-surg textbook, medical surgical nursing textbook from the 1890s. And in that period of time, the general textbooks on nursing had all the usual chapters you would expect: a chapter on ventilation, a chapter on bandaging, a chapter on enemas, and that sort of thing. But the first chapter in those books was always a chapter on ethics. And this particular chapter, first chapter on ethics, by the way, the book is 1896. The first chapter on ethics focuses on virtue. Then here we have the first proposed code or suggested code of ethics for nursing for the American Nurses Association, and that's 1926. And then some of you might recognize the first ICN Code of Ethics. These are all a part of the set of documents that I have. I also went through the journals of nursing page by page, and these are from British journals. And this first article here is on courage, moral courage, and it's by Wilhelmina Mollett, and it was published in 1888. Then the middle one is from 1896, and this is on ethics and etiquette in nursing. And then the next one has a section called A Recipe for Making a Good Nurse. And so I thought you might like to see the recipe. And this was published in 1919. Mix together equal parts of pluck and good health with well-balanced sympathy, stiffen with energy, and soften with the milk of human kindness. Use a first-class training school as a mixer. Add the sweetness of a smile, a little ginger, and generous amounts of tact, humor, and unselfishness with plenty of patience. Pour into the mouth of womanhood, time with enthusiasm, finish with a cap, and garnish with ambition. The sauce of experience is always an improvement to this recipe, which, if followed closely, should be very successful and exceedingly popular. This recipe was, in fact, exceedingly popular because we saw it in the Pacific Coast Journal in 1919. The same thing appeared in the Canadian Nurse in 1921, in the British Journal of Nursing in 1930, the Nursing Times in 1931, and in the feminist literature of the 1980s. Now, I think what's important about this recipe and the fact that it was shared is that it points out how closely nursing was working across national boundaries. They were actually taking not just this recipe, but they were taking articles from journals. Canada would publish an American journal article, and then America would take a British article, and so forth. And so they exchanged articles back and forth, and this recipe appears at least 4 times, plus it appears in the notes of the London Hospital Whitechapel, in Alumni Association minutes, and so forth. So there's an entanglement of the literature that you see in this period. Here are a couple of the first journal articles, and the 1889 journal article was a series of 6 articles on the duties of the nurse divided up relationally. So the first was the nurse to the patient, the next was the nurse to the physician, the next was the nurse to herself, since they were women in that day. And so it's relational structured, and this is 1889, and then there's an American Journal of Nursing article in 1901. So if you are interested at all in, and I hope this is the case, if you're interested at all in tracing the history and development of nursing ethics in your own country, first of all, I would be happy to advise and help in any way I could, but I would urge you to hurry, because this is what I found when I attempted to do this. You can see the jagged edges of the pages, the binding is broken, the pages are turning to dust, and these journals are imperiled. When they are sent out to the bindery, it was the case that very often the binder would cut out lots of material that the binder didn't think was important, but today it is important. Now, this early literature from the 1860s to the 1960s has been described as primarily feminine etiquette. And I would like to say that's not right. It's not etiquette. It's not primarily feminine etiquette at all. It's a very rigorous body of literature. Not entirely rigorous, but for the most part, it's a rigorous body of literature. I found the 1915 curricular requirements for nursing ethics education that the American National League for Nursing Education put out as the mandatory curriculum that had to be taught. And the ethics section has quite an interesting series of lectures. And these are not simply lectures, these are units of content. And so the first in the ethics series is, and this is a course in ethics, the first is customary morality, second is personal and reflective morality, then ethical ideals and standards, moral judgment, conduct and character, and it continues with the place of the self in the moral life, the social virtues, ethical principles as applied to community life, principles of ethics as applied to one's work or profession, and principles of ethics as applied to one's personal life. So these were the topics in the lecture course on ethics, but the requirements also stipulated that all courses in the curriculum had to have ethics content, and so that ethics had to suffuse the entire curriculum for the whole program. One of the things that this curriculum specification does is it tells the would-be instructors what textbooks to use for themselves and what textbooks to use for the students. So what we find is that we had a nursing faculty who were philosophically informed, and the ethics textbooks they used were philosophically informed as well. The early nursing ethics educators did read Plato, did read Socrates, Aristotle, Kant, Bentham, Mill, and all of the customary ethics literature. But they intentionally rejected philosophical rationalism and opted instead for virtue theory and for pragmatism, which was a form of philosophy prevalent in the US, and values and ideals and duties as embedded within the tradition and community of nursing. So they reject rationalism in favor of virtue theory. Now, some of the leading nursing ethics educators in the US were Isabel Robb, who was quite active internationally, and hers is the first book that we have, although I suspect there may be an additional book that predates hers that came out of a small religious publisher, but I haven't been able to find it. She died an untimely death, and so her book never went to additional editions. Charlotte Akins, however, wrote an excellent book on nursing ethics, and the first edition was published in 1916, It went to 5 editions, and the last edition was in 1943. So it had quite a lengthy life and quite a utility. Sarah Parsons had a popular book. It was not a particularly good book. It's a series of speeches, so it's not particularly systematic. Charlotte Talley had an interesting book, and it's interesting because there's no nursing in it. It's a nurse writing about ethics and about the history and trajectory of ethics and all the different aspects of ethics per se, but not applied to nursing, just ethics. Goodwin had an excellent book that I would commend to you. Not the first edition, it's terrible, but the second edition is quite good. And then another excellent book is later, it's 1953, it's Catherine Dreve's book. She had at one point been the president of the American Nurses Association. One of the interesting things about these particular books is that the authors name the philosophers throughout their books, name the philosophers from whom they're drawing their material. And so, again, they are philosophically informed. Now, we need to talk a bit about the nature of nursing ethics from the 1800s and forward. First of all, nursing ethics was a social ethics, and it was a social ethics of necessity. We had a group of women leaders who wanted to start a scientific, educated, paid profession for women. And because they themselves were women, they were unable to create the legal structures that would be necessary to establish the profession without securing the vote for women. And so these early nursing leaders were engaged in women's suffrage and trying to have women legally enfranchised so that then they could have legislation for examination and registration of nurses and get control of nursing schools and run them themselves and those sorts of things. They were also socially engaged for the benefit not just of women but for nursing and nurses themselves. So it was sort of a twofold concern that they had. They were socially engaged as well in many of the social structures that were oppressive in their day. And so they were concerned with social structures for the health of society. And this was, I think, a part of what they tried to imbue in nurses is that they had a responsibility for social structures. And it's not hard to see why this was the case. The majority of nursing took place in the home. So nurses would traverse the streets to get to a patient's house, and along the way they would see somebody who was suffering from an industrial injury, or a child who had been abandoned on a church doorstep, or the people living in impoverished conditions and squalor, children with diseases, and these sorts of things. So nurses had a firsthand experience of these oppressive conditions that damaged health, and thus they were enjoined to engage with the structures of society. At the lowest level would be simply to be an informed voter, but also the literature encourages nurses to stand for public positions, political positions. So nurses then were socially engaged for human and patient well-being. The second aspect of nursing ethics was that it was relational and it was structured relationally. Classes of relationships were specified, and those classes in the earliest specifications reflected that nursing took place in the home. So it was the nurse to the patient and the patient's family and the patient's friends, and even in some cases the patient's servants. The second relationship was nurse to, well, this says physician, but it wasn't physician, it was the medical profession, because they didn't want to put the physician in the nurse's code, so they just talked about the nurse to the medical profession. There was always a relationship of the nurse to self and duties to self, the nurse to the profession, and then the nurse to society. And the ethical values and duties and ideals of nursing were specified within that structure, so that the literature and the codes would look at the virtues, values, and duties and ideals in the nurse-patient relationship, or in the nurse-to-physician relationship, or in the nurse-to-society relationship. And so all of those were specified within that specific relational structure. Eventually, what happens is the relational structure becomes hidden, and it still pertains, but you don't see it quite as much. The next aspect of early nursing ethics was, from the start, it was virtue-based. It was an ethics in the patient relationship, ethics in the patient encounter, and it was explicitly Aristotelian in emphasis. There was also in this period a sense of the individual and the communal good, and what a good life would look like, a flourishing human life, that is the end of human purposes, and what a good society should look like, and what a good nurse was. So they moved in the Aristotelian literature. One of the leading educators in nursing at the time, who wrote a book called Ethical Problems, An Introduction to Ethics for Hospital Nurses and Social Workers, that was 1929, was Beatrice Edgell. Edgell was not herself a nurse. She was a lecturer to nurses, and she was an examiner for the Royal College of Nursing. She was also the president of the Aristotelian Society, had a degree in philosophy, was the first female PhD in psychology in the UK. No, I'm sorry, she got her PhD in Germany, and the first female professor of psychology in the UK. Just because I thought it was amusing, I'll tell you that she declared John Stuart Mill's understanding of pain and pleasure as being a confusion of ideas and an inadequate psychological analysis. Go Beatrice. She wrote some interesting, her book is excellent, and she has some interesting passages on virtue. And she says, where there is vocation, the nurse, and by vocation she meant a calling to nursing as well as the identity, embracing the identity of a nurse. Where there is vocation, the nurse or worker will give of her best, and this best is something for which professional skill and knowledge is not enough. In the thoroughly trained nurse, we may take efficiency for granted. Character supplies that something more, which makes the nurse a power for good in the service to which she is devoted. She goes on as well to say that if one looks at the list of excellences set forth by Plato and Aristotle, one can recognize two virtues required by the nurse. These are courage and wisdom. What is intended here is the fixed habitude of moral courage. And so she's talking about habituating these virtues both in the process of nursing education, but also in nursing practice. The fourth aspect of nursing in that period is that it had this uneasy tension of wanting nursing to be a vocation, an inner vocation, and an inner calling, that one was called to nursing, but that carried with it some connotations of religiosity and connotations of unpaid labor. And that was a problem because the early nursing leaders also wanted nursing to be a profession that was scientific, educated, ethical, and paid, well paid, commensurate with the education a nurse would undertake. So that this period of time, they maintained an uneasy tension between calling nursing a vocation, having it be a vocation, calling it a profession, having it be a profession, and viewing the identity of the nurse as one that is both personal and professional, that is indivisible, so that you never had personal ethics versus professional ethics. You were, in an Aristotelian sense, one person. And the emphasis here was on having the student, as the student goes through education and in the practice apprenticeship, have the student embrace the identity of the nurse that's rooted in the tradition and the community of nursing, so that one would come out of nursing education not being one who does nursing, but being one who is, through and through, welded to their DNA, is a nurse. So in American nursing, there were two major philosophical influences. The first was Aristotle and his virtue theory. The second was John Dewey, who worked with, now I'm blanking on his name. Anyhow, John Dewey was a philosopher of pragmatism, the leading pragmatism philosopher in the U.S. And in the U.S., pragmatism was the reigning native U.S. philosophy that rejected philosophical rationalism. The U.S. exported pragmatism to Canada, and it did it in this way. In the early 1900s, Isabel Robb, as the president of the American Nurses Association, contacted Teachers College, Columbia University, and asked them to create a postgraduate education program for nurses who wanted to become nursing instructors. And Columbia did that. Teachers College did that. Now, Teachers College was the home of John Dewey and William James, and both of whom were educational theorists as well as pragmatic philosophers. And so nurses from Canada came down to Teachers College and studied there, as did American nurses. And that's in how pragmatism as a philosophy moved from the US to Canada into Canadian nursing in that day. Pragmatism didn't quite catch on in the UK. It did and it didn't, and some took it up, some didn't. It got taken up later after Dewey. It's had an uneven history in the UK. This is the Cheryl Misak's, who is a British pragmatist, book on pragmatism in the UK. So pragmatism was dominant in the US until World War II, and it's claimed that the immigration of continental analytic philosophers into the US brought about a quiescent phase for pragmatism. Misak challenges that and believes that pragmatism has an enduring 100-year history. And she's one of the ones that keeps it alive in the UK today. Pragmatism is making a comeback in a renovated neo-pragmatic form. And some of the things that are important about pragmatism and why it's has an appeal to nursing and why it has an appeal overall is that it engages with real-world problems. It works well in complex and rapidly changing contexts. It emphasizes social context, power structures, and social inequalities. It is very compatible with intersectional analyses looking at race, gender, and class, and it bends toward activism. These attributes of pragmatism have made it attractive today, and it has been taken up in particular by Black nurse activists, by radical Black activists as well, and it's making something of a comeback, in part because it works so well. intersectional analyses. The strengths of pragmatism are that it emphasizes the interconnectedness of theory and practice. It rejects the separation of abstract ideas from their practical implications. It promotes a holistic understanding of knowledge and encourages active engagement with the world. There are critiques. And the critiques are that pragmatism is subject to relativism, that it is theoretically weak, and I would say that that's probably a just criticism. It is has some problems at the metaphysical level, and its emphasis on real-world consequences, though harmonious with nursing attitudes, does in fact run the risk of instrumentalizing ethics. So my emphasis here has been on the native nursing ethics that arises from the soil of nursing prior to the rise of bioethics in the mid-1960s. There is an extensive early nursing ethics literature. Its elements focus on social ethics, relational ethics, virtue ethics, identity ethics, and it is rife with philosophical influences. In this discussion, I've neglected the context of progressive era with emphasis on social change around the early 1900s and the suffrage movement and so forth. But nonetheless, you can see from this, I think, that nursing ethics was never simply feminine etiquette. It was always much deeper, much more rigorous than that. But not all change is progress. In the United States, in 1965, the American Nurses Association put out a position statement saying that henceforth all nursing education would take place in colleges and universities. At that point in time, 80% of the nurses were being graduated from hospital-based diploma school programs. We call them diploma school programs. And so those schools, after the position papers, those schools fell. They just went away. A few that had a history of 100, 125 years would cling to their existence, but they finally went out, or they aligned with a college. So nursing moved into colleges and universities. And when they did that, some things happened that were unfortunate. The hospital nursing libraries, which contained all this ethics literature, those libraries were dispersed. They were not brought over into the universities. In addition, ethics education, which had been taught by nurses who were experienced in the nurse-patient relationship, who knew the history of nursing, were steeped in the tradition and the narrative of nursing. Ethics was taken out of their hands and put in the hands of departments of philosophy that weren't really interested in nursing and didn't want to learn nursing. They knew what they were going to teach nurses without knowing anything about nursing. So as nursing begins to move into colleges and universities in the mid-1960s, we have at that point in time the rise of the field of bioethics. Now, the consequences of these changes are that nursing loses its literature, forgets its nursing ethics tradition and history, and it embraces bioethics. And in the United States, that meant principalism, particularly the works of Tom Beecham and Jim Childress. So in that embrace of bioethics, what happens is there is a profound shift in nursing, a shift to problem-based decisional ethics, mostly surrounding issues with regard to medical technology and some with research, but focused on informed consent. In the process of doing this, what happens is that nursing loses its tradition, its community, its narrative, its ethical wisdom that arises from those. It loses its social ethics and the telos of a good society. It loses its virtue-based ethics. It loses its relationally focused, relationally generated ethics. And it loses its emphasis on its identity in vocation. Now, we do have one vestige of this nursing ethics, and that vestige is our code of ethics, because the code of ethics is generated early in the 1900s, is successively revised, and retains its emphasis on nursing ethics. It does not ever become a bioethics document, so it's an anomaly within the sphere of ethics in nursing. So, that said, we come now to the proverbial fork in the road. And I want to propose that we have a new recipe for making a good nurse. So this is my new recipe for how to make a good nurse, flourishing people, and a good society. And the recipe is: take 1 cup each of neo-Aristotelian virtue and nursing tradition, mix in assorted McIntyre fruit to taste, add in 3 teaspoons of whole grain neo-pragmatism, and slowly stir in the fluid of care ethics. Add a pinch of salt and a dash of Taylor to taste, leaven with Benner, thicken with a dash of spunk, 1 teaspoon of pluck, and 2 teaspoons of resolve, all of which were important in early nursing ethics. Bake in a hot oven until the interior is soft and resilient, and an artisan crust forms. Slice and serve to the community. Spread generously with a rich dollop of nursing identity. And I thank you for inviting me.
Thank you so much. That was really a good recipe. I think that there is a whole of people who would agree on that good recipe. So thank you so much. I think that we have very limited time, so no possibility for the questions at this time, but I really wish that we could see you in presence in the forthcoming congresses. So thank you for taking your time. Okay, and then we move ahead. I have a pleasure to introduce Professor Anne Gallagher, who is a professor and head of the Department of Health Sciences at Brunel University, London. She has been the editor-in-chief for Nursing Ethics Journal for many years, and which have been very successful years. I would like to take this opportunity here also to congratulate you, Anne, and your enthusiastic and tremendous work for the journal. So Professor Anne Gallagher will talk about 3 decades nursing ethics. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Rita. And Marcia, if you're still there, thank you. That was absolutely awesome. I will be, probably this new recipe for nursing ethics will appear on all our slides going forward. So thank you. The other thing Marcia did not say, she has a book, a forthcoming book on the history of nursing ethics, and we'll send details to our community soon after, because I think everyone should read Marcia's book. She's a very, very fine scholar and someone who's been committed to nursing ethics throughout her career. So mine is, I'm going to try and keep to time, so I aim to finish in about 30 minutes. And it's more recent, and it also bringing together the personal and the professional. I've had such pleasure over the last few months, both pleasure and pain, I think, in going through the many nursing ethics issues by hand. And what I want to share with you is some of my findings, and there's still work in progress, but I aim to publish some articles on this into the future. So I'm going to be a little bit self-indulgent and just say a little bit about my journey to nursing ethics. And I've been told to talk slow, so I'll slow down. excuse me. And what I realize is nursing ethics is very much part of who I am. It's part of my identity. So the personal and the professional come together. So I want to say something about that. And then critically, it's very, very important to give credit to people who've come before us, as Marcia has done. So I want to say a little bit about the previous founding editors of the journal. So although this is the 23rd conference, as you know, the journal is 30 years old this year. It's also timely to trace the evolution of the field, but there are many stories about the evolution of nursing ethics. So one of my challenges was, which story will I tell? So basically, over 30 years, there were 182 issues of the journal. We started with 4 issues per year. We moved to 6 issues per year. We now have 8 issues per year. So that's a substantial body of scholarship and research. And then I want to say just a little bit about what next. So which story? There are many, many stories I could tell you today, and I really don't have time to do it all. So what I'm going to do is take you through 3 decades of editorials. Editorials in journals are extremely interesting. They tell the story of our field. They engage with contemporary issues. And I have to say, it was a very, what would I say? It was very nostalgic. It was very impactful going through those 3 decades, including clearly editorials from my predecessor, Dr. Verena Tudin, and many other colleagues, some in this room, who submitted editorials to the journal. There's a huge amount of work completed, but also to be done in relation to the methods and methodologies of nursing ethics, the themes of the articles, accepted, and also there's a piece of work to do about the articles we reject, and that may come up perhaps later in the conference. Countries of origin, really interesting, how the field has evolved. We are now truly international. There still are parts of the world where we receive very little scholarship, but we have grown substantially. Impact factor. We had a meeting of the editorial board yesterday, and members of the board, some are in this audience, and I am truly grateful to them for their support, their commitment, and their generosity. The impact factor of nursing ethics, as of recently, is now 4.2, which is absolutely phenomenal. But we're never complacent. Next year it could go down, we don't know. So it's become a very impactful journal, at least according to that measure. A very important part of our community and our conference is the Human Rights and Nursing Awards. And I will, again, I'm very grateful to Mrs. Jane Lang, who's here and who organises the awards. And this evening, please, everyone be here. It's one of the most humbling events of the year to be able to have the citations, which will be read by one of our Genoa students and one of our students from Exeter, and tell us about these exemplary achievements of these nurses. So in terms of role models and the achievements that nurses can make, often in very, very difficult circumstances. We'll hear about this later. And again, there's a story as well about the nursing ethics community, who we are, board members, reviewers, authors, all of you, students, and educators, of course, as well. So a little bit of the indulgent bit. So I started my nursing career way back then in 1980s during the Troubles in Belfast. Most of you are too young probably to remember. But over 30 years, from the late 1960s, 3,000 people were killed in Northern Ireland, and many, many more thousands were injured, traumatized by that terrible, terrible time. There's relative peace there now, I'm very pleased to say, but there's still work to do to have harmony in that part of the United Kingdom. But interestingly, so I arrived in the early 80s, rocked up, as they say, to Royal Victoria Hospital on the Falls Road in Belfast, a very, very, what would I say, successful hospital, I guess, and they were very much at the forefront of developments. So, for example, during that time, there were many explosions and shootings, and one of the things they did at that time was the surgeons, the neurosurgeons, because a lot of head injuries in particular, work with the dentists, and they came up with a material called titanium that they used in head injuries. So it was a really interesting time, as well as quite a traumatic time for everybody involved. But nursing, I have to say, were at the centre of everything that happened in health and social care in Belfast at that time. So after that, I then went to England to do I had a mental health placement and did my mental health. And then later on, I worked with a social worker. It's interesting how people can impact. A very impressive social worker in Adelaide. I worked in adolescent psychiatry. And I said to him one day, how did you come to do this? And he said, oh, I have a philosophy degree. And I thought, wow, that's it. That's it. He named what I felt I wanted to do, because when you work in a conflict area, you're very preoccupied with philosophical questions about determinism and free will and morality, of course. So I then had the pleasure of doing a first degree and a master's, and then later a PhD. I tell you that because really my own personal history and my academic history very much coincide with at least the recent history of nursing ethics. So as I was embarking on my PhD, Verena Tudin and Jeff Hunt launched nursing ethics 30 years ago. So really the beginning, nursing ethics has been there since the beginning of my engagement, my academic engagement with applied ethics. And I've had the pleasure of, as they say, having the baton passed to me from Verena Tudin to be editor-in-chief, which is a huge privilege. And just to say, those are the kind of uniforms we used to wear. Probably students now think, oh my God, what are you wearing? They were quite fancy back in the day, not terribly practical, but anyhow, that was the kind of uniform we had. So first of all, so I want to give credit, very important in any reflection, to give credit to the people who've come before us. So Dr. Verena Tudin and Professor Jeffrey Hunt were the two people who really started, had the idea, and worked together to create the journal Nursing Ethics. Alongside them, we had Professor Chris Gassman, who's here, and I'm so delighted. Chris is giving the final keynote tomorrow, which is totally appropriate to help us to look to the future. And also we have a colleague who's now retired, Doug Olson from the States, and there are many others who've been involved with the field from the beginning. We don't forget that and their contribution. Verena is, I'm pleased to say, she's Swiss. She's from Switzerland, lives in London. I see her fairly regularly. She's in good health, now retired, well, sort of. Does an academic ever retire? I'm not sure. She still does some work. She's published very widely in nursing ethics. This was one of her first books. And really it was a match, if I can say, made in heaven. Jeff Hunt is a philosopher. Jeff has reinvented himself over many years. He's worked in nanotechnology and engineering ethics, police ethics, and fortuitously he worked with Verena, and together they created, in a way, the UK version of the field in recent times with the journal Nursing Ethics. So much credit to the two of them. So there's a lot of material to get through in nursing ethics, 30 years. So basically we have 182 issues with approximately 8 articles per issue. So that amounts to about 1,456 articles. And I have gone through most of those in the last few months. They will be gone through again before I would publish anything, but it's been absolutely fascinating to take that journey, and very, very personal. Many of the authors I have known, some have retired, some have died, and many new up-and-coming authors as well. There was 182 editorials, plus editorial comments, guest editorials, and so on. And as well as that, there's human rights citations, reviews, letters, commentaries, tributes. So I was like Munch's scream, oh my God, where do I start? There is so much to do. So Marcia, I was in touch with Marcia Fowler. Marcia, if you're still there, give you credit for it. So Marcia said, have you tried ChatGPT? So I thought, well, hey, why not? Let's see what they have to say about 30 years of nursing ethics. So I like this cartoon of the thinker and looking very worried, and the people saying he obviously hasn't heard. So Marcia did a search and sent me this. I'm not going to read all of this, but this was incredibly interesting to see what how could they help me with this? So we looked at ChatGPT, and this was the task: analyze the ethical themes in the journal Nursing Ethics over 30 years. So you can see what they said. I'm sure everyone can read that. I won't read that out. But the next bit was particularly interesting. So they listed, and I'll come back to this right at the end to see what I found and what they found, what it found. So they talked about patient autonomy, informed consent, absolutely, ever-present, confidentiality, end-of-life care, euthanasia, ethical dilemmas, cultural diversity, and so on. And this was important. This came along with this search. It said, it's worth noting that these themes are not exhaustive, and other important topics and sub-themes may have emerged in the field of nursing ethics over the past 30 years. To gain a comprehensive understanding of the specific ethical themes addressed in the journal Nursing Ethics during that time, it would be necessary to review the journal's content directly or consult scholarly articles and reviews that summarize its content. Well, hey, that was fascinating. I would even go as far as to say, did AI demonstrate humility there? Its limitations. So I don't know if we can attach virtue to AI, but I thought that was so interesting. I will come back, and again, thank you, Marcia, for that. So how did I go about it? And just keeping an eye on time, about 20 minutes. So I decided to start with the editorials. I read through every editorial for 30 years. The first editorial, because sometimes journals had 2 or 3 editorials. I read the first, because that was by the editor-in-chief. So I did that. I recorded the editorial themes and the key quotations. I also then went through the peer-reviewed articles. I read the title, I read the abstracts, and I looked at where the author came from. And you can do this too. I mean, the joy of what we have is you can go online, your university, if your university library takes nursing ethics, you can go right back to 1994. It's an amazing thing to do. So which methodologies? Oh my goodness me. I started with at least, I had a sort of a grid, and I had at least 18, and that varied over time. So there are all kinds of articles, reviews, argument-based philosophical articles, qualitative, quantitative, mixed methods, reports, surveys, case studies, critical incident techniques, excuse me, I'm going too fast, Delphi, observation, documentary, something called, this is quite unusual, there was one article, semantic differential technique, modes of analysis, position statement, Q methodology, quasi-methodology, and RCTs. Huge amount just to try and, my goodness, bring some order to bear in all of this. So what I've done first, and there'll be more to do, I've worked it into 4 areas: the argument-based, the philosophical articles. And to begin with, and this is very important, and we'll hear from Chris tomorrow, so I'm not going to preempt what he's going to say, but to begin with, most of the articles in nursing ethics were philosophical. They were more normative, they were about argument, and then we move much more now to more empirical ethics. A huge number of articles on qualitative and quantitative, and quite a number of reviews. So you get sort of an overview. So the field is incredibly diverse and increasing all the time. So what I want to do in the next few minutes is just take you through, on the journey through 30 years of nursing ethics through editorials. And interestingly, and maybe not surprisingly, when you look back, you realize some of these themes are still present and central to how we think about health and social care and ethics in health and social care. So the first editorial by Verena Tudin and Jeff Hunt started with crisis, the word crisis. Hey, surprise, we're still talking about crisis, of course, in healthcare. And they said at the time, they said the crisis in healthcare calls for new structures, conceptual frameworks and attitudes. And then they went on to also talk about the nature of nursing ethics. And so Marcia clearly has given you a very clear idea about how she perceives nursing ethics. And there's an ongoing debate in the field as to what is nursing ethics? How different is it to medical ethics, for example? How does it fit with bioethics? And this, they raised the question, is nursing ethics a subordinate branch, I don't think Marcia would allow that, of bioethics? So these themes continue to be present. 1995, so I've just taken a few highlights from each year. There was a focus on advocacy. Nurses as advocates, very important. And again, the quotation from the editors, nursing must develop its social conscience if it is to not remain a bystander in the great social, economic, political, and environmental issues of the age. And then there was also, actually my first article was on the difference between nursing and medical ethics. But listen up, we were talking 30 years ago in nursing ethics about the environment. That is really important to remember that. Nursing ethics has been engaged with some of these big issues that remain very central preoccupations of ours today in 2023. 97, applied ethics has not paid much attention to conflicts between personal and professional values. And very nice quotation there, an imperative from Verena to consider our ways of thinking. And she said, look wider, think further, and dig deeper into the meaning of nursing. Even the meaning of nursing, our profession, continues to evolve as well. This was such a revelation. At the UK at the moment, you know that we're in the middle of strikes. Nurses are in strikes. Junior doctors are currently on strike in the UK, and we've had paramedics on strike. Radiographers are coming out soon. But when I saw, in 1997, there was a special issue in nursing ethics on strike action. It was just really interesting. So I think if you go back, you can see some of the arguments. So a lot of what we think is new is not new. So it's really worthwhile looking back. 98, there was discussion of suicide, assisted suicide, sanctity of life. And the point was made that a nursing voice in this debate is essential. And we know that. Around the world, there's ongoing discussion about euthanasia, assisted dying. Many countries have now have introduced legislation. Some countries, including the UK, continue to debate assisted dying. But nurses need to be at the table. Nurses who are closest to patients, families, and communities absolutely need to be at the table. 99, there was a discussion of reflective practice. And how essential that, and this was lovely as well, the issue about storytelling. This still arrives, particularly with Arthur Frank's work on stories and the wounded healer and so on. So the point here is about telling stories is not something for children. It's a vital component of giving care well and sensitivity, moral sensitivity. And then in 2000, we had a first, most of the editorials until now were just editorial, but then we started adding titles to the editorial. So there was one here on ethics, nursing, and genetics. So again, nurses engaging with very, very topical issues. And then there was a special issue also in 2000 on ethics education. We continue as a field to reflect, to be curious, but also to be greatly uncertain about ethics education. What does that mean? How do we do it? Does it work? What does success look like? And we get many, many articles on different approaches to ethics education, which we might come back to. I'm sure we'll come back to in other sessions. 2001, one of our dignitaries earlier from the nurse regulation in Italy talked about codes. What use do we make of codes? So quite a lot of articles on codes. This was 2001. And then we had a special issue on human rights. Human rights discussions, very central to nursing ethics as well. And also a slightly niche area, but discussion about ethics in the military and prison ethics, which involve nurses. So moving on to the next decade, 2002, we had just a comment that nurses are busier, but much more confident. So there was seen to be a development in the profession. And again, we need to think about particular countries. This is, I guess, UK focused in this. But also this point that was made that we've heard a lot recently, think globally, act locally. So this is very central to a lot of our ethical imperatives in the way nurses are in their personal and professional lives. And then there was an article in 2003 on the 10th anniversary of the journal, and there was a focus there on dignity and a European study on care of older people. Anne Davis is honoured there, and I hope I mentioned Anne. Anne Davis was one of the people who was also involved in the creation of nursing ethics. Anne Davis is just an incredible person. She's now in her 90s. She lives in a retirement community in San Francisco, and she is still active. She's a very good friend of Marcia Fowler. So in 2003, we marked her 70th birthday, and she's now, as I said, turned 90 and still engaged in the field. And a very strong person, and she's been to many of our conferences. So, and then there's discussion 2005, there's a lovely paper, I think this one actually was from Finland. It was an editorial on the sources of joy and happiness. And I put that in because it was interesting, because now we talk a lot about trauma and negativity and dystopia. So I thought this was interesting as well, that you might want to look back on. Talked about the meaning of evidence-based nursing. And this 2006, climate change and health, where the editorial talked about recommendations. So again, nursing ethics has been very engaged in environmental climate issues for quite a long time. 2007, I think this one was an editorial from Canada talking about imagining moral communities in all healthcare environments where common values are shared, where trust between and among health providers is built, and where there is integrity and a way for many voices to be heard. Well, my goodness, that remains a contemporary topical aspiration for all of us. And this is why we have international conferences as well, to be together and talk about our shared concerns and what we can do better together, as they say. And then we had 2008, there was an editorial in The Wounded Healer, what is the concept to offer nursing, and there was a discussion of hospitality in relation to suffering. 2009, when I became editor, so I had an editorial on the good editor. What is a good editor? And I'm sure we might come back to that maybe tomorrow morning at 8:30, where I'm going to be with Roger and Fiona. We're doing a special session on just journal editing and any queries you might have. So editors have important roles in gatekeeping and being a midwife and a guardian of the scholarly record. And then we moved to some very interesting territory, because Marcia talked mostly, I guess, about American and UK developments, but there now is much more interest, and rightly so, in cross-cultural, transcultural. It's not all about the North and the South, and the North and the West. It's also about the South and the East. So we need to think about ethics in different cultural contexts. So there was an article, I think this was from Eben Ares, who is from South Africa and lives in Canada. Is an African nursing ethics possible? Very interesting. I was at a bioethics conference in Switzerland recently, and the keynote was on African ethics, which is really interesting. More the concept of Ubuntu and communitarian ethics, so very interesting. So to 2010, the scope and purpose of nursing ethics, ethical responses. So there's also a thing about technology, which there's definitely more to do on that. So 2010, the scope and purpose of nursing ethics. Oh my goodness, another strong theme is ethical responses to unethical practice. If we as a community are interested in doing good and ethical practice, we must be interested in unethical practice, try to understand it, and try where we can to minimize, if not stop, unethical practice. So this period, which comes a little bit later, I'll talk about this in a minute. Excuse me, there's just one here as well. There's an Indian nursing ethics. We had an editorial board, Daphne Viveka from India. So she wrote this. Again, think, what would that mean? What does an Indian nursing ethics look like? And then also, Marcia mentioned an ethics of care. There was a special issue in ethics of care. A huge amount of scholarship on ethics of care in the US and Europe in particular, with Joan Tronto, Chris Gassman, colleagues at Belgium, Carlo Liggett, and there's Liggett, so many other people. So on to the last bit, and I will just speed through this. This 2012, 2013, I guess the preoccupation of nursing ethics was mainly because of the Francis reports in the UK. In the UK at that time, there was a huge scandal of at least 400 people in a hospital in Mid-Staffordshire in the UK dying unnecessarily, really from poor care, from neglect and poor care. So the journal was necessarily preoccupied with how we think about this and what we can do about it. So there was discussion of challenging how we challenge and understand poor practice and care deficits. And then we always, I hope you agree, we always look outwards. So we also were writing at this time about the Boston bombing and what that meant, particularly for healthcare professionals, and also the the factory disaster where many thousands of people were killed from the collapse of a building. And we also bring in scholars, Iris Murdoch's work on Just and Loving Eye. And then the theme, I'm sure you think, where is it? Moral distress. Moral distress has been central to particularly the last decade of nursing ethics. There's been so much attention, understandably so, and particularly during the pandemic, of course. So moral distress is something you're going to hear a lot about in the next 2 days. There's been discussion on compassion, and I put this in deliberately. 2016, Sister Marie Simone Roche died, and we did a tribute to her. If you don't know Simone Roche, you should, and certainly in the UK, we should. So a few years ago, UK nurse leadership, they introduced these 6 C's. There was no credit given to previous scholarship, which I just think I find very bad form. So Marie Simone Roche, she wrote about the 5 C's of nursing: compassion, competence, confidence, conscience, and commitment. Around she died in 2016. It was 1993, in the 1990s and before. So if you hear anyone talking about the 6 C's, please go back and look at Simone Roche. I think it's important just to remember, not to be forgetful about what has come before us. And then 2017, nursing and assisted dying, again, a regular end of life, euthanasia, palliative care, and assisted dying, again, regular appearances in editorials and in the journal. And we then have the first, I think that was the first, but Jen maybe will correct me, 2017, we had the citations for the Human Rights in Nursing Awards, which you're going to hear about later. 2018, I wrote with some American colleagues on gun violence. We absolutely think that this is an issue for nurse ethicists as well. So gun violence in the States. And also then we had an article on Can the Arts Make Us Good? I've got 5 minutes left and I will finish on time. So what else? As you know, this has been a very, very challenging few years, and especially here in Italy. And again, I just want to acknowledge the tremendous efforts in very, very difficult circumstances nurses around the world have made to respond to the suffering of patients, families, and communities during COVID. It's been such a difficult time, and I know Italy has been particularly badly impacted by that. So you won't be surprised to know for those 3 years, and we still are receiving articles on COVID, some of the ethical issues, nurses and other professionals had such difficult decisions to make, ethical decisions about care, people dying alone, about who would get the respirators, how we allocate the scarce resources, and also about their own well-being. We lost many, many nurses as well, if you remember. So ICN, the International Council of Nursing, have written a lot about the nursing, the impact on the profession, and of course, as I said, not forgetting nurses who die, basically effectively give their lives during that time. So the journal has been very rightly so preoccupied with some of the challenges and the suffering, but also some of the strategies. It's not all, and we may have another pandemic, so one thing we can learn from this scholarship is what to do next, how we can do better next time, and some of the strategies, the positive strategies that nurses moved. Just very quickly, I was on a panel in London where they were making awards to nurses who'd done exemplary things, and right at the beginning of the pandemic, a group of nurses contacted a tech company to get iPads, to bring iPads into the hospital so that patients in hospital who couldn't see their loved ones were able to communicate. That was awesome. That was a very important thing to do. So we see a lot of innovation and creativity from nursing to do good things to help patients, families, and communities at difficult times. So just to coming to the end of this now, the aging, of course, our previous, one of our speakers talked about demographics. Aging is one of the biggest challenges of our time, how we respond to aging, to the care needs of our older people around the world. And the last one, I don't know if Fiona Timmins is here, but Fiona and I did this admission. This was one of the last ones I looked at on admission to undergraduate nurse education, an ongoing debate. How do we select the future nurses to join and I'd love to have more conversations with you. We continue to have conversations about how do we get the best people, the brightest and the best, to come to be nurses into the future. How do we recruit them? How do we retain them? How do we select them? So that's an ongoing issue. So just very quickly, and I don't have time to say any more, I mean, basically the move is, and we might hear more from Chris a bit later, and I will be publishing, I'll write some articles in the future, but you can see the trend. We started with mainly argument-based philosophical, and we've moved to much more empirical. Believe it or not, and for those of you who know the journal will know this, there are many quantitative articles in nursing ethics, a phenomenal number, RCTs, measurements, correlations, and so on, and there's lots of tools. So, just quickly, author countries. You can see we started with quite a small number of countries, and look at us now. UK, Canada, Finland, Germany, Denmark, Poland. This is just for looking at some over the 1 year, so which is interesting. I think we've had Kenya, Botswana. So we're definitely growing, but there are still parts of the world that we are not reaching. So this is only just an overview. And actually at yesterday's editorial, but just quickly, over the last 6 months, the top 3 countries for submissions were China, Turkey, Iran, and the top 3 publications were United States, Iran, Australia. So it's a very shifting field. It's very interesting to see how the field is now expanding and the kinds of articles. So just back to ChatGPT. This is what it said about the areas, and sorry, sadly you won't have time, but we can make the slides available if you're interested. So just coming back to this, to gain a comprehensive understanding of the specific ethical themes, we need to do more than just consult ChatGPT. We need to do the work. We need to do it by hand. We need to go through the articles. We need to exercise our critical thinking and our professional wisdom to do that well. So just very briefly, I'm nearly there. Over the last 30 years, the field we've engaged with, this is really critical. Nursing ethics is critically relational. It's about the relationships we have with patients, care recipients, families, communities, teams, organizations, also about our relationship with the environment. That's very important. We're not myopic. We don't just think about the care, the sort of narrower care context. We've had many diverse philosophical perspectives. It has been absolutely fascinating to look through those 30 years, to look. So we've done a lot. There's been a lot on principle. There's been a lot on virtue ethics. There's been a lot on care ethics and Confucianism. And along the way, there's people looking at other philosophical perspectives, Gadamer, Loegstrup, what else? Many diverse philosophical and also philosophies that underpin, for example, qualitative research. Methodologies and methods which capture the moral complexity of nursing practice are also wide-ranging. And as I said, there's a trend towards more empirical studies and fewer philosophical studies. And we need more philosophical studies, I would say. So just to finish, 3 decades of nursing ethics provided something of an overview of the rich content of the editorials. And again, this would be interesting, I'm sure, for other journals as well. Just what has the journey been? What has been happening in the context of our creating each of these issues of our journal? Increasing, as I said, methods and methodologies, and increasing focus on empirical methodology, but much more diversity as well, much more arts-based methodologies also. The themes of the articles, this is the work that will continue over the next few months. Countries of origin, we have more global reach now. However, there is definitely more scope for engagement with colleagues in the global south. Maybe also in the east, there is actually a Japanese Journal of Nursing Ethics, so there's a lot of activity in Japan in particular. So they are attending to some of that, but still there is more work to do. We've got Young Wei Ma from China also. It'd be great to hear from her. Definitely much more interesting work from the East as well. Impact factor, fantastic, but never complacent. And that also brings in more articles, but we could go down next year. So, and this evening we have the Human Rights Award. And again, I want to thank the editorial board, the reviewers, and everyone who does. So the nursing ethics community, reviewers, authors, all of you, thank you, thank you. A journal does not work without people, without the generosity, kindness, commitments of people. So thank you. And yes, sometimes, engaging with a journal is challenging, and we value the feedback. But I came across this cartoon which amused me greatly. I don't know if you can see. Dear sir, I've just read your rejection letter, and I must say it's not up to the standard I've come to expect. So I get that an editor would actually go back to this and say, well, excuse me, you get it. But that amused me. So just to finish, it's a privilege to be a member of the nursing ethics community, to be amongst people who care about care. You all care about care, and who are committed to work towards improving the experience of patients, care recipients, families, colleagues, and the environment. And I just thought this, in fact, someone said to me last night about shoes. I love shoes. If anyone knows me, I know I love shoes. And I felt like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, who journeys with friends and who demonstrate the virtues of, if you know The Wizard of Oz, curiosity, the scarecrow, caring and love, the Tin Man, courage, the lion. And these are virtues all of us need to continue our important work in nursing ethics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Gallagher. It is no doubt why Nursing Ethics Journal is so good at the moment, so we can witness that. And thank you for all those people who have been working for the journal. So I have a small present for you.
Lovely. Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry we are a bit late, but I'm closing this session, so there will be a tea and coffee next. Thank you for the audience.
Thank you, Rita.
It was interesting. I mean, now the editor and the topics, I was just thinking through the methodology. What I look at, then I leave it to the But I'm interested in if you ever need anything for your review.
sit here, please. Yeah. Okay, good morning. Welcome everybody. This is a session on the theme ethics and nurse education. We are running a bit late, so I would immediately like to invite Catherine Sersvold Natteroy to start with her presentation. The title is Suitable, Fit, Competent and Safe to Practice Nursing, Assessing Nursing Students' Personal Qualities. Catherine is from the university, she's from Norway, from VID Specialized University. And she is a candidate assistant professor and PhD. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I got so well introduced, so I'm not going to introduce myself any more than my name is Catherine, and I'm a nurse educator and PhD candidate from Norway. And I have to warn you, I have a presentation, but it's probably the smallest presentation that you'll see. But I have a lot to say, anyhow. I want to start off by telling you about an encounter I had last year when an Australian colleague was visiting our school in Norway. And he asked me about my PhD project, and I started to tell him, and I said something like this. It's about suitability assessment of nursing students in clinical placements. And I only got to say that one sentence before he stopped me and said, what does that mean? Are you talking about inherent qualities? So he didn't know what I was talking about when I tried to present my project. And I kind of felt that was an appropriate question to introduce the first study of my PhD project, because suitability assessment, what is that? What is that we're doing? What does it mean? So, to provide a little bit of context, in every nursing education all over the world, we try to ensure that we educate qualified candidates. So we want the candidates to be suitable, let's use that word, suitable to enter the profession. And we do this to ensure patient safety and to protect our profession, all of the nursing profession. So we have the students do exams. They have to reach formal demands, mandatory activities when they're in clinical placements. We have them meet learning outcomes that they have to reach in different, especially in clinical placements. So we do a lot to ensure qualified candidates. But additionally, we do a more personal assessment as well, addressing their professional behavior or professional competence. Because all of us, even if we work in education or work in clinical, out in the clinic, we know that it's not enough to just pass exams, to meet up, just sit in the auditorium and listen and then pass exams. It's not enough. They have to have something more. Just like Professor Gallagher said, what do we need from our candidates or the students? And I use the word suitability, and that's mostly because it's the most appropriate word when we translate it from Norwegian to English, because we have our own special Norwegian word for this, and it's difficult, like the Australian colleague, what are you talking about? So, we have this regulated. This is not something that we randomly do. This is regulated in rules and guidelines, and mostly provided by schools and boards and councils. However, in Norway, we have this regulated by law. So we have a legislative regulation in our law that says that we have to do continuous, ongoing suitability assessment from the very first day they start to they graduate. And this May, was it May? Yeah, April, May. This article was published. This is a review that we did as first part of my PhD project. And in this review, we looked at this. What is this personal assessment? And in an international context. And we included 18 studies from all over the world, but mainly from English-speaking countries, the US, Australia, some of the Nordic countries, and the UK. And we tried to describe and explore what this personal requirement is and how we assess them. And we delineated the context to be just in clinical placement, so not the assessment that we do in school, but just when they're in clinical placements. And we looked at the assessment done by what we call assessors, but that's in that term, assessors, it's all the nurses that work in clinical placements that mentor the students, but also the educators, so whatever role they had. So what we asked the data, or the research question of this review was, what terms are used when we are trying to describe this? And what is it that we are actually assessing? And how do we actually do these assessments? And first off, the terms that are used. I have to say it was really, really challenging to navigate this topic because we don't have a common terminology. Like the Australians said, what are you talking about? Because I have my own special word. So the terminology was large, the variations, but we have terms like fitness to practice. UK used that term. Others used unsafe behavior, incivility, inadequate behavior, disruptive behavior, unsuccessful students, and there were many more. So there were different words, but they described the same. We found that. And what all of these studies, all of these 18 studies had in common, despite their different terminology, was that they used the word competence. And they described some sort of holistic assessment, different things that the students need to become a suitable nurse. Oops. The next thing we asked was, what is it actually that we're assessing? And we categorized and we synthesized all of this into 3 findings. But this was, I felt that it was quite overwhelming. Interesting though, but overwhelming to work with the data because all of these studies had lots of lists and tables listing up qualities that's needed in students, or what they wanted or preferred or what they did not want. And we found that one category we could synthesize this into was attitudes and personal characteristics. And that's attitude and characteristics that the students must possess before they enter clinical placement or acquire along the way. And these were qualities like confidence, being humble, being honest, being motivated, being interested, enthusiastic, remorseful. There were many. So these were just some of them. And what we found interesting was that these were not qualities that's like ticked off in boxes. They didn't ask, is the student confident? Yes, I checked that off. Is the student motivated? Yes. They kind of balanced this on what we thought of as a scale. So illustrated with this scale. And you know, when you have a scale, you try to balance not too much of something and not too little, just the right amount. And that was what we found when they assessed students, because I'll show you some examples. Let's take confidence. They wanted the students to be confident, but not overconfident, not too assertive, just the right amount of confidence is what they wanted from students. And another is that the students should be remorseful, however, not shy, not fearful, not anxious, so just the right amount of the different qualities. And the next category that we found was behavior, and there were reported a lot of behaviors that the assessors wanted. And this was reported as the most challenging to assess, what kind of behaviors they wanted. And we saw that we could divide this into desirable behaviors, what they wanted from students. And these were examples like interact with students, work efficiently, have self-insight, make progress. These were kind of behaviors they wanted. And there were undesirable behaviors, things they did not want from the students, and that was things like being argumentative, not lying, making excuses, being avoidant. That was not something they wanted. And the third thing of behaviors that kind of stood out was unacceptable behaviors. Lying, threatening, doing drugs, legal, ethical violation, unacceptable. But the unacceptable behaviors were not weighed on a scale. They were unacceptable. But the desirable and undesirable behaviors were weighed on a scale. So there was a balance. Let me give you an example. The students should establish good relations with the staff, the patient, their peers, and they should give of themselves. That's reported, give of themselves. But they should not self-disclose. They should separate their personal and private life, but they should give of themselves. So they should balance something. We want something, but not too much, but not too little. And the third category was basic knowledge. And 17 of the 18 studies highlighted the importance of basic knowledge. And these were things like theoretical knowledge, practical skills, and critical thinking. And we found that this was so closely related to the other categories, but I might have thought that it would be related to learning outcomes or exams, but this was closely related. Which brings me over to the last, I have to speed up now, how this is assessed. And this is why the scale is still here, because the qualities, the individual qualities, were not ticked off in boxes, but weighed on a scale. And this is very difficult and complex, and also not just the individual qualities, but all of these things, the personal and the attitudes and personal characteristics were weighed against their behaviors and versus their knowledge. So all of this, some sort of holistic assessment, were weighed on a scale. And the assessors have their own subjective standards and rely more on that and their expectations of the students more than any of the evaluation forms and guidelines provided by schools. So they just rely more on themselves. So our scales are different, and we found that some consider, for instance, communication as a behavior or a skill, or some as a behavior, others as a knowledge or skill. So some would say, I don't mind that they have communication challenges, it will improve, it's immaturity, it will improve over time. However, others says, no, communication skills is the most important thing that I assess. It's a vital trait, so that's the most important thing to me. So what's important to me might not be important to each and every one of you. And all of this fits into the discussion of how students, of what they need to possess before entering. Do they need to enter, thank you, have something before entering the profession? Okay, so we found that all of these categories were quite wide-ranging and general. So it wasn't, some of them were nursing specific, but they were quite general, so it could constitute a good student in general, such as qualities like being calm, present, having self-insight, be adaptive, motivated. This is student general behavior, not nursing. So we don't have any fixed threshold for when to become concerned. That was also individual. But it's often a combination of things on this scale, not just one particular thing like if they're motivated or not. That's not enough, but it's all up the weight. And we don't have a universal understanding of what characteristics or behaviors that's necessary to become a nurse. But we found that many opinions of what's more or less important. So we don't agree, but we have a lot of things. And I don't know what all of you sitting here are thinking, but maybe we could benefit of a more common terminology, a common understanding in an international context of what this means and what a student have to have or what can be learned. I don't know. But at least when we assess these students and balance these qualities, we do use, as nurses or nurse educators or whatever role we have, we use discretion, we use our professional discretion. And the subjectivity of that cannot be eliminated, but maybe if we had some sort of common understanding, it would be easier. I'm not sure. Okay, so I'm looking at you with the timer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. An extremely interesting topic, because very often we only focus on knowledge and skills about nursing. There's a lot of talk about what nurses need to know, but very often we forget that we also need to teach them how to behave, what are the right attitudes, even because we're talking about relationships with vulnerable people, for people who are not able to communicate properly. So I think this approach is extremely interesting. Are there any questions? Ci sono delle domande che volete fare? We have 5 minutes for questions.
Yes, some question. Very interesting speech. I wanted to know if in searching the literature you came across some from differences between the north and the south of Europe, of the world in the nursing student characteristics. From the literature arise something different compared to this part of the world, or from east to west?
No, not different in the included studies, but what we did see that it was not in an international context, it was just the Western English-speaking countries that was represented. So we tried to research African and Asian, but we couldn't find the topic, but this was challenging because we don't have a common terminology. But so there might be some studies or something that's not found. But they were just the same in the US as in Europe, the qualities or the variations. I think that's some of the challenges, because this is so subjective. The students are different in their level of, let's say, confidence, but also the assessors have their own standards and expectations. So, and that kind of reflected on how they were themselves. Actually, they had themselves as some sort of standard. So if they were confident, very confident, they wanted the students to be more confident and had less less sympathy for not being that confident. So that was the variations. It was really subjective from the assessors. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Altre domande? Yes?
We didn't find anything related to physical things in our studies. So that was not mentioned in any of the studies. So we haven't taken that into the discussion or in the article, but we also did not look at requirements for entering the profession. Different countries have tests and before entering they have to do some sort of, I don't know, some do interviews, some do forms they have to fill out. So I don't know, that might be caught and stopped, but that was not part of the review. And that was not something that they highlighted either. You know, for instance, obesity or having the ability to run fast because you're so thin and healthy and skinny or trained. That was not something that was highlighted.
Okay, so if there aren't any more questions, we can thank Catherine for her talk. Thank you very much. The next person I have on the list is Alison Wiseman, but I haven't seen her here today. So at this point, I would ask Francesca De Lucia to give her talk. Thank you, Francesca. Francesca is from here from Genoa, the Ospedale Evangelico Internazionale, and I'll let her speak now to present her talk.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am Francesca, and I present you this work. So I will present you the research, this research that the title is Value of Words in Fundamental Care Nursing. And it is focuses on the importance of words in the relationship between a nurse and patients. So let's start with the description of fundamental care of care framework that is represented by a circle with three dimensions. So the fundamental care has gained increasing interest in recent years and has been described as the set of the action carried out by nurses focused on the needs of the assisted person to ensure their physical, psychosocial, and relational well-being. The theoretical model, as you can see, is represented by three concentric circles. At the first, we can find the relationship, so the nurse-patient relationship, that is the beating heart of nursing care, and it is based on clinical knowledge, skill of the nurse, and on the sharing of care goals. At the second dimension, we find the integration of patients' psychosocial, relational, and physical needs to the relationship. And at the last dimension, we find the context of care, such as health care system and organization in which nurses work, and that context has an impact on the care and on the quality of the nurse-patient relationship. So, what we know from the literature, unfortunately, even today, many nurses think that satisfying the basic needs of the patient is no longer a purely nursing activities, because the performance of many of these are left to the support staff, and these contribute to their devaluation also by nursing students. In addition, in the different context of internship, the students prefer more technical activities, and so they give little importance to surveillance and care of folk, perceived as common sense. So there is a need to implement educational interventions that allow nursing students to understand the importance and the complexity of fundamental needs. The aim, the objective of this study was to understand how first-year nursing students address patients' needs. For the following study, we used a qualitative research that for sampling, we used a voluntary enrollment of first-year nursing students of a teaching center of the University of Genoa who have not received any type of training on FOOC. For data collection, we used 3 in-depth semi-structured interviews. These interviews were audio recorded, verbatim transcribed, and for data analysis, we used the thematic analysis according to the guidelines of Professors Brown and Clark. So, from the analysis of these data, we find 4 themes: recognition of patient needs, the value, the power of words, that is the core of this study, reconsidering the value of basic care, and behind the boundaries of barriers. So these 4 themes are united by the need of relationship, because it's the relationship that guide the students in taking charge of the fundamental of care needs. So for the first theme is a recognition of the patient's needs. Can you see that for each team we reported some important phrases from the interviews that we conducted. The episode reported by the students during the interviews relate to the identification of relationship needs and emotional support by focusing on the nurse-patient relationship. The students identify either needs, for example, hygiene, mobilization, diet, and needs not satisfied. Because in an interview it was reported that often some needs, the importance of which is emphasized during the teaching lessons at the university, are neglected for lack of time and inadequate staffing levels. The second theme is the power of words. So also here we report some important phrases. For example, for me at the moment it was more important to be next to the person who needed to talk. Or I felt good because I was making another person happy. So these are an important phrases by the students. In the following theme, we have included 3 important sub-themes. The communication, listening, and empathy that are closely related to each other. So words, as we well know, have a great power in the assistance. Words can enhance or compromise the results of treatment and strongly affect the well-being of the patients. So words are really important, and the nursing students report that they are the part of a communication that arrive most quickly and directly. Moreover, there are words spoken and words here that even the later have enormous value. In fact, students focus on these 2 words, listening and empathy, that are used both professionals and patients in relation to the theme of communication. In addition, thanks the research of the relationship facilitated the understanding and the taking care of those needs that at the first impact are not always manifest. Therefore emerges the desire of the students to want to be of help to the patients and family members. In fact, thanks and compliments thanks and compliments by patients and their relatives are the demonstration for nursing students that they are on the right way to building an effective and therapeutic relationship for the patients. So the positive feelings that emerge become real fuel to continue their learning path. Finally, during their first year of study, the students have a difficulty of maintaining a right emotional distance from the patients because there is the awareness of having an emotional detachment, but at the same time, there is the surprise of how, in the context of illness and suffering, they can develop some important and deep relationship with the patients. The third theme is reconsidering the value of basic care. In this theme, we have collected some sub-themes that highlights the positive factors that favor the process of taking care of the fundamental care by the students. So these three positive factors are the importance of education, the good organization of the internship, and the collaboration with other figures, professional figures, and collaboration with the patients. At the last theme is the boundaries of behind the boundaries of barriers. In this theme, we collected the negative factors that, according to the students, hinder the management of the fundamental needs of the patients. These negative factors are the inadequate planning of the internship, the insufficient staffing levels, the fear of not being able to respond to the needs of the patients, and the difference of age and gender. We choose this title for this theme because the goal is to try to overcome these obstacles to allow the future nurses to become competent and prepared professionals for the many challenges of the work's world. So, concluding, these results highlight how a relationship of trust that is the core of folk framework has a strong impact on patient satisfaction, safety of care, and nursing students' satisfaction. Following this model should not be perceived as a downgrading, but should be part of set of skills required of the nurse. Therefore, nurses need to spread the importance of folk and continue to develop research and debate on this argument to deliver evidence-based care. To facilitate this process, it is necessary to deepen the educational aspect with the theoretical and practical aspects to ensure adequate preparation for students and effective and quality of care. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, this speech seems to blend in perfectly with the other talk that Catherine did before, and we always need to find the right balance with our patients, in other words. Okay, are there any questions? Ci sono delle domande? Yeah, Jane?
Thank you so much. That was a really interesting presentation. I was interested in the focus on words and relationship, and I'm just wondering, sometimes as a nurse, is it possibly sometimes more important to be with the patient rather than the words we say?
Forse oltre alle parole, forse è importante il modo in cui si può stare vicino al paziente anche senza usare le parole, semplicemente con la propria presenza, quindi un modo di stare vicino al paziente anche senza l'utilizzo delle parole. Forse anche quello potrebbe essere importante e interessante.
In fact, say that there are important words spoken and words heard. In the imaging that I presented in this slide. Okay. In this slide, just a moment. This. I say that words heard and words spoken, it is both important. So yes, I agree with you.
Ok. Any other questions? Altre domande? Okay, thank you very much,
Okay,
Francesca. Now it's the turn of Dr. Anu Jokinen from the University of Turku, the Department of Nursing. Thank you. Her topic is about ethical issues of e-health services from service users' perspective, a qualitative study. Thank you.
Thank you. It's nice to be here in Genoa. Yes, my name is Anu Jokinen, and I'm PhD student in University of Turku. And my supervisors are Minna Stolt, and both of them are professors, and Riitta Suhonen. Riitta Suhonen is also one of the speakers today. And my subject is ethical issues of e-health services from service users' perspective, a qualitative study. Introduction of my work is that there is rapid change in developing social and healthcare services, including e-health services. However, ethical issues related to e-health services have rarely been studied. Identifying and analyzing the experiences of ethical issues that service users have encountered when using e-health is important so that social and healthcare services can be improved. The aim of this study was to provide user-oriented knowledge that can be utilized in the usability and accessibility of functional e-health services in social and healthcare. The European Commission aims to improve the health of citizens by improving the quality and availability of health information and healthcare services, and to make digital tools more effective, user-friendly and more widely accepted by involving professionals and patients in the design and implementation of strategies and tools. And also the World Health Organization supports e-health services and wants them to be used in the organization of health services, public health, research, and education. And digitalization, the increasing use of e-health services, is a global phenomenon. And by the June 30th of 2022, 43.2% of Africa's population used the internet. And in North America, 93.4%. And whole world's population amount was 67.9%. On average, 87% of the Europe Union population aged 16 to 74 years old used the internet regularly in 2021. And also in the same year, 8% of the European population had never used the internet. The internet was used the most in Denmark, Ireland, and Luxembourg, and the amount was 99%, and it was 97% in Sweden and Finland. And e-health, it is using internet and technology in social and health care. And we can think that it's general e-health services. They are in every country in internet in different forms, and it's mostly general information of health and well-being. And it's also different information of different health problems. And then we have online services. They might be online meetings, chats, different online groups, peer support, for example, and so on. But then we have also crypted, identifiable e-health services. One example is we have in Finland Kanta.fi, which is service for public and private healthcare citizen, and it's centralized, integrated, and shared. Citizen can find different information of Kanta.fi. And then we have also crypted identifiable services which gives prescriptions, lab results, and you can do different reservations for doctors or different services. In my study method, the data of the quality study with a phenomenological hermeneutic philosophy approach were collected through semi-structured thematic interviews and analyzed using inductive content analysis. And some interviewers had used e-health services, but some interviewers had little or no access to e-health services. So I wanted to find out different ways how to see this phenomena. And one of the sentences of my interviews, even though we know now how to use e-health, we have to somehow take into account the fact that people get old. And that's so true. And results in my study were ethical issues were privacy in e-health, beneficence and non-maleficence in e-health, justice in e-health, and trust in e-health. Who can see the data of users of e-health services? That was a question which very many had. It was a question of privacy. Justice, inequality. Not all services will be accessible to all. For example, if they have some kind of financial problems, they don't have a possibility to have cell phone with Android or iPhone. Then we have incapacity, included difficulties in using or understanding the internet, in the experience of the informants themselves or those close to them. For example, old people. And then the inability to use the internet because of diagnosis or injuries. For example, if you can use your fingers properly, you can't use your cell phone. Or then I also had that kind of interviews. They might have sensitivity to electricity, which was a big problem also. They couldn't use different e-services. Then beneficence and non-maleficence in e-health. Unfulfillment of citizens' rights. Suspicions that malicious or undesirable parties can access protected health information cause great concern. It might be on purpose or without purpose. Proper compliance with the Non-Discrimination Act. Lack of data protection or errors when transferring personal data or mixing identities can endanger patient safety, which must be safeguarded. Trust. Social and healthcare professionals' insecure and incompetent e-health work with citizens. The fact that professionals had too wide access to citizens' data, including sometimes also with sensitive data. E-health services and their poor quality. The reliability of e-health services, the usability of e-health services, the functionality of the system, and abuses related to e-health services were related to experiences of e-health services and their quality. Conclusions of my study were that the implementation of e-health services has failed to consider the most vulnerable citizens. This strengthens the inequality of the population and increases the risk of exclusion. That's why e-health services should develop to be equal, accessible, and usable. Little research has been done on the topic so far, so e-health user-focused research is needed in the future to address the ethical challenges associated with the use of e-health services and avoid any discrimination. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this very interesting speech. This kind of introduces us to try to understand what might happen in the future with artificial intelligence, with e-health. We never know in which direction we might go. So this is a very important topic that we need to pay attention to, especially in the future with all the technical innovations. Are there any questions that you would like to ask?
Sorry, I didn't hear you correctly.
I'm just wondering if you looked at any effect on sort of the pressure of the health service with an increase of using technology such as e-consultations for doctor appointments.
Thank you for the question. It was very good because I'm hoping they will do that, because all the time different technical solutions will become better. So also we should think about these different solutions that they might be accessible and available for everyone.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Maria Rosaria from Italy, and I have a question to you. You say that some interview had e-health service and some no. And did you find some difference between the two groups in terms of ethical issue or in terms of the perspective of the participant at this research?
Yes, thank you for your question. I found, yes, because mostly those people who didn't have access to e-health services or they couldn't have used them, they had a lot to say because they wanted also different solutions that they can use all the services like the others. Because now when they couldn't, they thought that they are not in the same position like the others. Thank you. Yes, please. Yes, thank you for the question. I had these interviews, they were about, age was between 18 to 64, and mostly we can think that it's normal that the younger ones, they are very capable and they know how to use e-health services. But then when the age was more than 60, more people were those that they haven't used them so much or not at all. And that's why also they wanted to give the opinion what they had. But my interviews, I collected them by, I had announcement in journal, national journal, that they can participate in that kind of way. Thank you.
Any other questions? Altre domande? Gianluca?
Yes, please.
Thanks for your speech, very interesting research. And I'm wondering if the education level of the patient included in the study was similar, or there were some differences between the low, medium, or high level of education?
Thank you for your question. Yes, there were differences. I also asked about the educational level, and but there was also those people who had, for example, education. They had been in university, or it was quite high, but they also answered that they were afraid that they can do it now. But how can they do it, for example, 5 years later, 10 years later, when the technological solutions are different? So they were also a little bit afraid that can they use services in the same way, like before?
Okay, any other questions? Altre domande? Okay, well, maybe just a comment of mine. Maybe in the future it would be good also to find for health professionals to support the more vulnerable patients who are not able to use these e-health resources. So maybe there could be either a nurse or another or a family member that might be able to help them to use these services, and through an educational intervention, for instance. So there might be other solutions that could be provided to address this kind of issue. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much then for your attention. And thank you for coming to Genoa and for presenting your papers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we finished earlier because there was a speaker missing. Abbiamo finito prima perché mancava una relatrice. So at this point I would say you are free for until lunchtime. Okay, lunchtime will be has been planned for 1:15 p.m. Allora la pausa pranzo inizierà all'1:15. Okay, thank you very much.
This is an area of great interest to me and probably to all of us in this room. So we have four fantastic speakers, and yes, you are. Yes, you are. And I'm going to invite them whenever they stand up to present, just to introduce themselves properly and just say what institutions they come from. So we have two moderators this session. So there's myself here, and we have Francesco. He's just here. So we're going to, every speaker has 15 minutes to present and 5 minutes for Q&A. So when you present, if you keep looking at Francesca, she's going to give you, she's got some notices. That's right. And then if we have a few minutes at the end, we can take some more Q&A. So without further ado, we'll go ahead. So I'm going to, it's my great pleasure to invite Anne-Elena Mortensen to start off. Thank you. Over to you.
Yes, so hello, my name is Anne. I work at a PhD project that investigates the use of paternalism in nursing homes. Today I will talk to you about the findings from the nursing home residents' perspective. The objective of the study was to explore how residents in nursing homes experience being subject to paternalism and how this influenced their dignity. Considering our research questions, we decided that a qualitative design would be the best to answer our questions, so we choose to perform it according to Gadamer's hermeneutics. The gathering of data and the interpretations were guided by our preconceptions of the concepts of autonomy, paternalism, and dignity. And we used participant observation and interviews to gather the data. The observations were done in 3 different nursing homes and nursing home units, and 11 nursing home residents were interviewed at the end of the participant observation period. Each participant observation period lasted for 7 to 8 weeks, and the study was performed in accordance to ethical guidelines. In hermeneutical interpretation, the theoretical framework is important, and our theoretical framework consisted of 3 main concepts: the concept of dignity, autonomy, and paternalism. We, in this study, understand dignity as consisting of 3 strands. Status dignity involves being treated with the respect that our status commands. This includes respect for our inherent right to autonomy, because we are human beings. Our personal and social dignity, on the other hand, depends on us living according to the dignitarian norms that apply to us. Autonomy is usually understood as someone's right to autonomy or someone's competence for autonomy. But in this study, we also consider autonomy as conditions that must be fulfilled for a choice to be considered autonomous. In this study, we also differentiate between soft and hard paternalism, and where we understand soft paternalism as influence on residents that aims to bring the resident's choice in line with the person's own goals and values. We also differentiate between soft and hard paternalism based on how easy the influence is to resist. Hence, we consider motivating a resident as soft paternalism, whereas coercion is considered hard paternalism. So, the findings. The initial analysis of the study and of the interviews told us that the residents found it obvious that caregivers should hold the decision-making authority in the nursing home. When residents explained their views, these 3 themes emerged: to be included when caregivers make the decisions, surrender to dependency, and adherence to nursing home norms. These findings were then interpreted considering our theoretical framework. The first theme was to be included when caregivers make decisions. One of the participating residents was very upset at the beginning of the interview. She said, "No one has told me that I'm going to be here for so long. They have told my children, but not me. I think that's awful." I first understood this as her being upset that they had overturned her wishes for the stay. But then I came to realize that she was happy with the result of the decision. She was upset that she was left out, that a decision was made without her knowing of it. The same resident later in the interview also said, "I say no, and then they say, you can do a little more, and then there's nothing to do but to just do it. And then I mostly manage. That there is someone who does not give up until I really must give up, that is important." In this quote, she is happy that the caregivers didn't listen to her when she said no. What we found was that to the resident it was important that they felt that they were a part of the decision, even though they left decisions to the caregivers and family members. They felt they were disrespected when they were left out or excluded. Considering our theoretical framework, this can be understood as the residents needing to be confirmed as persons who still have a right to autonomy, even though they let caregivers and their families make the actual decisions. The residents also needed to be confirmed as someone who still have capabilities left. Even though they are dependent on help, they still have the capability to participate on some level. They needed the caregivers to give them appraisal respect. The second theme was surrender to dependency. The residents expressed that they expected caregivers to make most of the decisions. "I have left myself to this, to being here, so they decide. It's they who know about this." This was a common saying among the interviewed residents. This resident acknowledged that they needed help with several aspects of their life, and that the caregivers were the ones who knew how to help them. Residents talked of how things had slipped before they moved to the nursing home, that they weren't able to do what they wanted to do anymore. The residents explained that surrendering to the nursing home was a good thing, because after they did, they were able to do things that they considered important and valuable, things that had been difficult for them at home. This need of help to act according to their own values and goals could also be seen in the previous quote, in the first theme, where a resident was happy that caregivers pushed her to continue when she said no. This push was what the resident needed to be able to continue with the activity they were doing, and she felt proud of herself afterwards for being able to continue even though it was hard. This means that sometimes caregivers used pressure or paternalism to influence residents' ability to live according to the residents' own norms and values. The norms and values the residents themselves held as important, and that the paternalism sometimes affected residents' experience of personal dignity in a good way. The third theme was adherence to the nursing home norms. The residents did not think of the nursing home as a home, and they were surprised when I expressed the expectation that they wanted to make decisions on their own in the nursing home. It was only in their rooms that they felt they were able to be free in a way that resembled being at home. What I think is nice here is that I have this room. Here in my room, I can be myself and I can be alone and just do as I want to. The common areas and the nursing home at large seem to be considered like a larger social unit that existed before they came to the nursing home. This social unit had its own rules and routines and its own set of norms. A system where the resident felt they had to try and fit in and find their place. Important norms in the nursing home were norms telling them to accept the situation, to be modest, and to be appreciative of receiving help. These norms are dignitarian norms, and failure to conform to these norms implied condemnation and sometimes even informal sanctions from both fellow residents and caregivers. Residents expressed this in the ways they were talking of themselves as being good residents, through praising other residents whom they seemed to consider to be role models, and through talking of residents whom they felt did not behave properly. One resident also mentioned that she had been subject to informal sanctions from peer residents and caregivers after an episode where she had failed to adhere to one of these norms. Our findings suggest that residents experience paternalism as dignifying in situations where the paternalistic influence communicates respect and appraisal of the resident's remaining capabilities, and when the influence helps the resident achieve their authentic goals and values. This can, for instance, be when a resident who appreciates looking well groomed is motivated or even pressured to have a shower and dress nice, even though the resident initially refuses. For the paternalism to be experienced as dignifying, the influence must also be resistible. It must be possible to refuse it if residents really don't want to do something. It was also of importance that the residents trusted the caregivers. Residents need to have trust that the caregivers have the necessary knowledge and competence, and to have trust in caregivers' ability to understand when something is important or not to the residents. Paternalism seems to be experienced as harmful and debasing when residents feel excluded and when residents feel underestimated. In other words, the residents in this study experienced soft paternalism as dignifying. For instance, when caregivers use soft paternalism in form of persuasion and pressure to make them receive care, perform in rehabilitation, etc. But decision-making without the residents' involvement, discussions between relatives and caregivers without the residents' knowledge was experienced as debasing and harming their dignity. To conclude, we can say that the residents who participated in this study submitted to the caregivers in the nursing home because they wanted to fit in and because they knew that they needed help. The residents valued the competency of the caregivers and gave them the function and the responsibility of leaders in matters related to their health and life in the nursing home. It also seems that since the residents had lost the ability to gain dignity through upholding the norm of independence, the residents strived to gain dignity through upholding other norms. And this was, for instance, the nursing home norms of accepting the situation, being modest and grateful. The upholding of these norms gave them status as good residents among their peers and caregivers, and they felt dignified. The findings hence indicate that caregivers in nursing homes can use soft paternalism without violating residents' dignity when the paternalistic care expresses respect for the residents' remaining competence. And thank you for listening. Now
Thank you very much, and we have 5 minutes for Q&A, so please, comments, questions, please. Okay, maybe I'll kick off, if that's all right. So, are there, in some ways this is quite controversial, yes? What dangers do you think might follow from this, these findings?
I think one danger can be if you confuse a soft and hard paternalism, and if you are not able to discern when the residents mean the no, when they say no and mean it. On the other hand, it seemed like residents felt validated when some of the caregivers used some soft paternalism when they didn't, or when the caregivers pressured them and they were able to perform more. They felt underestimated if the caregivers were too easy on them. And we also, at least in Norway, have more and more examples of family of residents talking about residents not receiving the proper care, and caregivers say it's because the resident has autonomy. The resident doesn't want to shower, doesn't want to do this or that, so we won't do it. So I think we should use the scale which was introduced in this room in the first parallel session, where you have to use discretionary abilities to see how much pressure should I use and not, and you have to know the residents and know what are the values of this resident that is before me, and is it probable that this refusal is not because the resident's values has changed, but because of some other reasons, that if the resident is ashamed of needing to receive help and refuses care because of that, then we should use some more pressure and use soft paternalism, which you can refuse. But if it's a matter where the resident's decision is in accordance with the resident's own values, we have to be more careful.
Thank you very much. We can take another comment question. I know probably many colleagues who do work in care of older people or family members. Or any other points? No? No? But I guess if people would like to talk to you, you'll be here for the next couple of days. So please do talk with Anne over coffee. And thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So move on now to Ilaria.
Good afternoon. Thank you for accepting my abstract and giving me the opportunity to be here. I'm Ilaria Basile. I'm a PhD student at the University of Roma Tor Vergata, and I'm a nurse in palliative care unit at Istituto Nazionale dei Tumori of Milano. I'm here today to talk to you about the importance of evaluate dignity in the context of palliative and end-of-life care, and which instruments are available today to measure it. I present an integrative review entitled Patient-Reported Outcome Measures, Evaluating Dignity in Palliative Care Settings, realized in collaboration with Dr. Consolo, Rusconi, Colombo, and Professor Lusignani. Since the ancient Greece, different disciplines try to define dignity, from ethics, philosophy, law, and also nursing. Dignity is a multidimensional concept that includes attributes like respect, autonomy, empowerment, and communication. According to the International Code of Ethics and Nurses, dignity is a fundamental part of nursing profession and nursing practice. A recent concept analysis about dignity in nursing, published by Franco and colleagues, defined dignity as an intrinsic characteristic of each individual related to personhood. It is realized in relationship through behaviors that demonstrate self-respect, respect for others, and fundamental beliefs and rights. And it is influenced by organizational environment, culture, and vulnerability. But in the context of palliative and end-of-life care, dignity seems to acquire a greater importance because sometimes patients in this phase of life experience profound suffering and consequently loss of dignity across various dimensions, so much to desire to anticipate death. So let's consider how much loss of dignity impacts on a person's life, but even more at the end of life. So dignity is a subjective experience, and for this reason it's important and necessary to understand the patient's point of view about what they consider dignified for themselves. Chochinov developed a dignity model specific for terminally ill, on which different measurement instruments to assess individuals' perception of dignity were created, like the patient-reported outcome measure, patient dignity inventory. But what are patient-reported outcome measures or PROMs? PROMs are validated questionnaires used to acquire information from patients regarding perception of their well-being and functional status. And they are used also in palliative and end-of-life care to assess hope, spirituality, symptom control, and also dignity. We found a recent scoping review published in 2017 about the PROMs available in palliative and end-of-life context to assess dignity, published by Johnston and colleagues, that collected the PROMs published until 2015. They found 8 PROMs, 5 of them evaluated the concept of dignity, the other 3 concepts related to dignity, like kindness, humanity, compassion, and person-centered care. So recognizing the importance of dignity in this phase of life and also the changes in recent years about how people perceived the respect for their dignity in healthcare, we decided to update this review with more recent literature. So we chose the methodology of the integrative review. We updated the results of Johnston's review with literature published from 2016 to 2023. This study followed Whittemore and Alf approach and also PRISMA guidelines. We choose the same research question of the previous review. So what are the key PROMs available that are used to measure dignity in palliative and end-of-life care for clinical practice and or research purposes? We search literature in these databases using these keywords. I report the main keywords we used, combined using Boolean operators and or. We followed the same eligibility criteria of the previous review, so we included only primary or secondary sources, as secondary sources only systematic review, and studies that consider PROMs validated and deal with the relevant palliative and or end-of-life domains, like physical, psychological, social, and spiritual ones. Papers must be written in English and published between 2016 to 2023. The target population considered was that of people over 18 years receiving palliative and or end-of-life care and using PROMs to assess dignity. We decided to exclude the PROMs included in the previous review. The process of the study selection involved 2 independent reviewers who blindly analyzed the articles, first by title and abstract and then by full text. And an impartial third member was involved to solve any disagreements between the 2 reviewers. But they obtained a good concordance in this process of study selection evaluated with Cohen Statistic K. The main characteristics of the study included were collected in tables. We have title, year of publication, author's name, setting and country, and of course, measure used to assess dignity. On the right side, we have a flowchart that shows you how we obtained 11 studies from the 15,915 papers found in literature. Here we have the 11 studies included, published from 2016 to 2022. There were mostly validation studies, but we have also 2 cross-sectional studies, 1 mixed method study, and a systematic review. They were published mostly in America and Europe. From these 11 studies, we found 10 new prompts assessing dignity, but not also the concept of dignity, like dignity preservation of dignity treat. They evaluated also concepts related to dignity, like reconciliation, autonomy, chance to share emotions, religious need, compassion, independence, feeling heard and understood, and so on. All the instruments we included have a high internal consistency with Cronbach's alpha values that went from 0.80 to 0.94. Prompts range from a minimum of 4 items to a maximum of 54 items. But as stated by Sinclair and colleagues that were one of the authors included in this review, the length of the questionnaire is important because for a questionnaire with 40 items, people can take up 45 minutes to complete. So this could be an obstacle for them. So consider that characteristic when develop new instruments. Only 3 tools follow Tochinov and colleagues' framework to develop their prompts. Among these 10 questionnaires, only 5 evaluated the concept of dignity, the other 6 concepts related to dignity. For example, in the study of Elden, there were created the new prompts evaluated how patients feel heard and understood by their clinicians. The construct feeling heard and understood is a construct that relates to being seen, acknowledged, and treated with dignity and cared for as a whole person. So even if the word dignity was not mentioned in this concept, it was fully expressed. For example, one of the items of this questionnaire was, I felt this provider and team saw me as a person, not just someone with a medical problem. But I think that in this sentence, even if dignity was not written, it was fully expressed. According to the review of Lam et al., identifying patients' dignity-related issues in nursing care can prevent adverse health consequences and facilitate the timely intervention that promote patients' overall health. But what are the messages we can take home after this presentation? Attention to the dignity perceived by patients in this particular phase of life is fundamental. Only patients can say us what they are feeling and living in this at the end of life. And knowing patients' point of view add value to the care that clinicians provide, shifting to what really matters to them in that moment, that is living the remaining life to the fullest and in line with what they consider dignified for themselves. Most studies were validation studies, deals with different concepts, not only dignity, but even if the word dignity was not mentioned, every questionnaire expressed fully the concept of dignity. Despite these questionnaires included were sensitive and subjective, patients have no difficulties in complete them, even if the aspects of care were different from the physical symptoms that usually clinicians assess in their everyday clinical care. So the shift in research highlights how the focus of researchers and clinicians is changing from the disease to the profound needs of individuals and prioritizing the human aspect. These measures can also help clinicians to start difficult conversations with their patients on these topics. But dignity is a very broad concept. This can be seen not only by the definition, but also from the heterogeneous prompts we included in these studies. So a more targeted definition should be found and adopted by all. Future research should be aimed to develop new country and target population-specific prompts, not only at the end of life. In addition, patients should be involved not only in the development of these tools, but in the entire process, also in the construction of them. Anyway, this study has some limits. As we have seen before, we included only 11 studies on 50,000 studies found in literature. This could be due maybe by the publication period we considered, from 2016 to 2023 includes the pandemic period, which may have influenced the advancement of research in this area. Despite the good psychometric properties, little attention has been given by patients' point of view in completing such sensitive and subjective instruments. And the sample considered by the studies we included are small heterogeneous samples. So considering that dignity is linked to culture and ethnicity, little attention has been given to racial and ethnic diversity. So we can conclude saying that from this study we understand how much assess patients' perception of their dignity and what they consider dignified in this period of life is fundamental, and of course in line with the holistic view of palliative care. So literature is moving in the development of these new tools to give the patient a voice even in the most intimate sphere, such as dignity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very, very interesting. Again, we have 5 minutes for Q&A and comments, please. Yes, please. Suna.
Thank you for your great presentation.
Thank you.
How would you like to compare your results to the previous review?
Okay, we found 10 new instruments, okay. I can say that the concept evaluated in these new instruments are more deeper than the previous studies. The concept like compassion or feeling heard and understood are new concepts that the previous review doesn't show us. So maybe this advancement in research show the more sensitive from clinicians and researchers' point of view, and attention and more deeper and sensitive aspects of a human being.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Mari. Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Oh, yes, please. Georgina.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I very much agree with your conclusion about including patients.
Yeah.
So I'm interested, do you have any ideas or thoughts about how we might do that?
Sorry, I don't understand. Evie?
Do you have any ideas or thoughts about how we might include patients in future studies?
How to involve patients? The population of palliative and end-of-life care are such different from other patients. I work in hospice from 5 years, so I think that patients pay much attention to that themes. So I think that they will, of course, want to participate in the construction of this instrument, because we are talking about their perception, about their dignity. That is a very important concept, much more at the end of life. So, well.
Okay. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you very much. We'll leave it there. Is that okay? Yeah, thank you. And again, any other questions, do approach Ilara during the coffee breaks and so on. Thank you very much. That's great. Thank you. So next we have Fiona, and it's recognising older people's individual resources as a part of ethical home care and service planning. Thank you.
So good afternoon. My name is Jonna Puustinen and I'm a doctoral researcher in nursing science. I'm from University of Turku, from Finland. And my presentation, Recognizing Older People's Individual Resources as a Part of Ethical Home Care and Service Planning, is based on my second sub-study of my doctoral research, which considers individuality in home care. And I'm presenting this study on behalf of our research group, Professor Mari Kangasniemi and Miko Pasanen, a statistician from University of Turku, and Riitta Turjamaa, postdoc researcher from Savonia University of Applied Sciences. And this presentation is based on an original study published this year on Scandinavian Journal of Caring Sciences, so it's on open access if you are interested to get some more information on this topic. And something about the background. According to previous research, most older people want to continue living in their own homes when they age, and it's also an ethical right of an older person. However, as a person ages and becomes weaker by their functional abilities, the need for some kind of external support or help usually increases, and then the home care services become needed. And nowadays these services enable the independent living of even older and more dependent people than on the past decades. The clients of home care have naturally various care needs, but they also have individual resources, such personal assets as health, functional abilities, skills, knowledge, some kind of economical and societal resources, which all support their daily living and well-being. And recognizing individual resources is a functional and ethical base for home care planning and also for the provision of holistic and individualized care, aiming to prevent the decline in the capacity, supporting abilities, and ensuring active years at home. Home care and service planning culminates in a home care and service plan which combines all the important information about comprehensive assessment of older people's health, functional abilities, there's a life situation, care needs, and also the planned care and services responding to their care needs. However, according to previous research, older people's personal resources and independent actions are being underutilized in their home care and service planning. The documentation of those plans is task and illness-oriented and also lacking the adjustment on older people's individual needs. So more knowledge is needed on how these individual resources are recognized in care and service planning to improve the individuality and ethics of home care. So the aim and focus of our study was to describe the content of home care and service plans with special attention to older people's individual resources. And we chose to use the Finnish care classification and its classification of nursing diagnosis and nursing interventions as the deductive framework in this study. And it is based on the internationally used clinical care classification, and it's broadly used in structured nursing documentation in Finland. And the specific research questions were, first, how are the needs of older people and nursing interventions documented in home care and service plans? And second, how are the individual resources of older people documented in those plans? And third, how are the background characteristics of older people and their care and service plans associated with individual resources? Our study was a document-based cross-sectional study in a home care unit in eastern Finland, and the data, 71 home care and service plans, was collected in spring 2018 by home care professionals, such as registered nurses and practical nurses, who were all responsible for carrying out the planning and documentation of those plans. And the professionals were guided to choose plans which were made for older clients who had been assessed to meet the criteria for receiving regular home care services. The documentation of the plans did not originally follow any classification. They were documented in a semi-structured way using some general titles, but mainly on open text format. So to process and analyze the data, we employed a document analysis method with deductive and inductive strategies. And first, the data was analyzed and quantified by the previously developed deductive framework of FinCC classification and its 215 main categories. And secondly, we found out that there were some resource-related nodes we were not able to extract by the need-based FinCC categories. So to analyze the remaining data, we developed an inductive framework with 18 new resource-based categories within the deductive FinCC framework. And the categories in both phases were treated as binary variables with a score of 1 or 0, meaning the existence or non-existence of some specific need, intervention, or resource. And the final quantitative data were analyzed using statistical methods. And then the results, and first some background characteristics. So the 71 care and service plans were made for older people in home care, most of them being female and on average 83 years old. They had received home care services for an average of 2 years and 9 months, and the number of home visits was approximately 19 per week. Then the results answering to research question 1 on older people's needs and nursing interventions. So based on the deductive findings, a total of 1,718 notes were found relevant to the FinCC main categories. The majority, 59%, focused on nursing interventions, and the rest, 41%, on needs of older people. So you can see the most documented needs were about daily activities, sensory and neurological functions, and coping, and the majority of nursing interventions were about coordination of care, medication, nutrition, and daily activities. And in addition, circulation and life cycle were the least documented topics in these plans. Then the results to research question 2 on individual resources of older people. So based on the inductive findings, in total 628 notes were found to focus on individual resources and were categorized within 18 new inductively developed categories. I will present these categories on the next slide. But altogether, these individual resources were documented in every of the 71 plans, and on average 9 notes per plan. This table presents all of the resource-related notes broken down by the 18 inductively developed categories, which are presented on the first and third columns. And on the second and fourth columns, you can find the number of care and service plans with a resource-related note in that specific category. And the categories are presented in order of frequency, so you can see that the most documented individual resources were about independent initiative and daily activities being reported in almost all of the plans. And this meant, for example, older people having skills, capability related to dressing, making dinner, washing up, etc. Resources related to social functions, activity and physical activities, and communication were quite commonly documented as well. And as you can see, there are resources documented on several other topics too, but not as often as those topics on the first column. And finally, the results answering to third research question, which examined if there were any agreement between the background characteristics and individual resources of older people. So we found a statistically significant association between 3 of 18 resource-based categories seen on the second row, and older people's age and the length of care and service period. The statistically significant associations, meaning p-value under 0.05, are highlighted in gray in this table. And in addition to p-values, you can see the odds ratio values, and an odds ratio value below 1 means decreased odds, as it is in all of these gray cases. This means, for example, as the older people's age increased, the odds of the notes about resources related to safety decreased. And I'll show you another slide. So, increased age resulted in fewer notes on resources related to safety, but also on sensory functions. And on addition, extending care and service period resulted in fewer notes on resources related to sleeping and wakefulness. And lastly, the conclusions. So our study provided new knowledge about how professionals recognize and document the individual resources of older people in home care and service planning. And first, according to our results, the contents of the plans focused more on the nursing interventions than on older people's needs, which confirms the previous research results about the task-oriented documentation of home care and service plans. And second, multiple older people's individual resources in several areas of life were recognized and documented in the plans. However, the documentation of resources emphasized older people's health condition and functional ability, referring mostly to physical health and capability. So the documentation of resources was not covering the overall nature of individual resources. It was lacking, for example, resources such as personal experiences of life satisfaction and sense of coherence, which are in previous research seen potential, for example, in improving older people's motivation in their own care. So more research is needed to obtain the comprehensive knowledge of older people's individual resources. What is their meaning for them? Do they change during home care periods or aging? Does the documentation relate on such as professionals' education or documentation competencies, and so on? And this knowledge is needed to guide and support professionals in identifying the individual resources systematically as a part of home care and service planning and its documentation. For example, by updating home care sensitive resource-based documentation classifications, and by doing that to support and develop the provision of ethical and individualized home care. And finally, something to remember and take home with you. The recognition of older people's individual resources is vital for their home care planning to optimally utilize their own potential for their own good and for their own care. This is the base for ethical home care that promotes older people's well-being and meaningful lives at home. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present our study, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Again, 5 minutes for Q&A. Questions, comments, please. Yes, Ali, go ahead.
I didn't quite hear you, but it was about social care and healthcare and how they differentiate. Or Yes, that's a good question. We didn't study that kind of background information, and I can't answer that question based on our study, but that's definitely a very important aspect, because family members are very important as a part of this group who takes care of older people in their homes. Social care workers also, and of course home care combines the health care and social care. So that's true and very important aspect. Thank you.
Good question, thank you. Other questions, comments? No. Can I ask a question about the length of the visits, the home visits? This is another issue that's much discussed in the UK, that these visits are very short, like 15 minutes.
Yes.
So I just wonder what the situation is with you in your study. Thank you.
Yes, that's a good question and very important aspect. And when you think about how to try to recognize the individual resources and do the task you are supposed to do when you are on the home visits. So from my experience, I've worked as a home care nurse for 15 years. So it's getting all the way, every year the time of the visits, it's getting shorter. And I know that there are also visits for approximately 5 minutes where you just give the medicine and then go on to another client. So that's a really hard thing to do, to give the comprehensive care and assess the clients, and so that's the reality.
Thank you, and ethical challenge.
Yes, very big ethical challenge, yeah. And for the nurses also, it's a really like moral distress when you.
I was just thinking, and we have Georgina in there. That's exactly what I thought, that it could leave the caregivers feeling morally distressed because they're not doing the right thing or delivering the care they feel.
That's true.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you all for the 3 so far. Thank you. And we'll move on now to our 4th speaker. But thank you. You deserve a round of applause. Thank you. So we have Valentina next, and it's hospitalized patients' perception of dignity, a meta-synthesis. Thank you, Valentina. Over to you.
Good afternoon. I'm Valentina Bressan. I'm a clinical nurse and PhD. I work at a rheumatological clinic at Udine University, University Hospital of Udine. Thank you for the opportunity to share in our results regarding the metasynthesis about the perception and experience of hospitalized patients, focusing our attention also about the nursing care. If you search the term of dignity in a dictionary, you can find a similar explanation for us, for our research. Dignity represents a fundamental human right and a core concept of nursing care. It's crucial for promoting individual well-being and describe the ability to choose action, to be involved in our care process. It is connected to intrinsic and social values, respect and independence. The term and the description of dignity is highlighted in nursing codes and is reported in different organizations' policy worldwide. Is essential for promote safe and high quality care. Conditions such as illness, disability, loss of autonomy represent examples of challenges for patients to be respected in their dignity and also maintaining dignity in particular settings as hospital settings is quite challenging, especially for all people considering their functional and physical decline. The concept of dignity in healthcare settings is a very dynamic concept and is characterized by different components. It is characterized by the characteristics of care settings, cultural context, and patient needs and characteristics. As nurses, we have also to consider that to respect and promote patient dignity, we have to consider the characteristics of our patients and the demographic characteristics of the population, organizational aspects of our wards and our hospitals, the other healthcare professional variables, patient needs. While barriers and facilitators for dignity or dignified care have been explored in quantitative studies, there is a lack of quality evidence about the adult patients during their hospitalization. For this reason, we decided to conduct a meta-synthesis of qualitative research in order to offer our support in for healthcare providers and managers in order to better promote the well-being and the respect of our patients. The aim of our review was to obtain a comprehensive understanding of the experience, the perception of dignity among adult patients during their hospitalization, focusing our attention on the context of nursing care. Here I've reported the two research questions that guided all the process of our review. Regarding the methodology, two authors systematically searched in 4 databases. We decided not to limit the period of the publication of the potential studies. A manual search was also performed, adopting the snowball procedure in order to retrieve potential additional studies. Here I've reported some examples of mesh terms and keywords that we adopted to explore databases. We decided to select primary qualitative studies focused on the perception and experience of older patients without mental disease during their experience in hospitals. We selected study published in Italian and in English with abstract available. From initial search, a total of 604 articles were retrieved. All were imported into a specific reference tool in order to remove duplicates, and a total of 454 articles were initially selected. 2 authors independently and blindly reread the abstract and titles to research our studies, potential studies, adopting our inclusion and exclusion criteria. A third author was involved in case of doubt or in case of further the need of further evaluation. Overall, 39 studies were selected as potential articles, and their full text was examined by 2 authors independently, and at the end of this phase, 21 met the selection criteria and were included in our review. We also decided to perform a qualitative assessment of selected studies adopting the CASP tool. We decided to adopt this tool not as an inclusion or exclusion criteria, but to better explore and understand the results and the findings of selected studies. The thematic synthesis guided the methodology synthesis, while the interest statement was adopted to guide the methods and the development of the findings. Regarding the main characteristics of selected studies, they were published mainly in Iran, followed by United Kingdom. The majority of them were conducted in different kind of settings, and the authors and researchers adopted different kind of studies. Even if data collection methods were similar, they were based mainly upon semi-structured or in-depth interviews. Regarding the characteristics of the sample, patients involved in the study ranged from 4 to 102. The majority of them were female. with a mean age range from 41 to 76 years. Regarding the quality appraisal, all the studies showed a good methodology, even if in the majority of them the relationship between the researchers and participants were not reported or were unclear. Regarding the findings, at the end of that analysis, we found 6 main themes and related sub-themes. The first themes was represented by the conceptual understanding of dignity. In 2 studies emerged the representation and what mean for patients the word dignity. We also understand that there are 2 different kinds of dignity. There is an extrinsic dignity and intrinsic dignity. Intrinsic dignity is connected with the specific characteristics of the patients, their well-being, their perception, what they think, what they feel. The extrinsic dignity is everything that can be influenced outside the patients, for example, the beliefs, religion features, and so on. For the majority of participants, also dignity means respect. Be respected, be involved, and this is the second theme that emerged, be involved in all the care process, in the decision making, be involved not only the patients, but involved also the family members, friends, and so on. Another important topic was the importance of the privacy and confidentiality. Privacy is related with the information, with the respect of personal issues, confidentiality, but also the respect of the privacy, the body privacy. This was a very more underlined topic in selected studies. Another important topic that emerged was the relationship between professionals, healthcare professionals and patients, and what kind of communication we use with them. Patients look us, they observe how we work, and if we try to preserve the dignity, even if sometimes it's very difficult. Patients understand that when they enter in the hospital, not always is possible for us to respect entirely the dignity, but they observe us, they judge us, they judge our behavior. For them, it's very important the quality of communication, the quality of relationship, words as compassionate care or person-centered care emerged in our review, and also the use of friendly and approachable behaviors. Another important topic was the leadership style. They observe us, but they observe also our managers. And they observe how the environment are organized, how we work, and how the work is organized. And in some articles, these topics emerged. They also observed the quality and the quantity of staff, the quantity of professionals, the relationship between professionals, and also if we try to work preserving our ethical and professional principles. The last topic was how the hospital environment and organization can influence the quality and the perception of dignity in patients. This is connected not only with the physical organization, but for example, if the environment is noisy, if we can respect or we can offer our patients a private room or not, if there are nurses, for example, for both gender in the ward or during a specific shift or not. Connected with Ilaria said in her presentation, we understood after our analysis that demographic factors, the characteristic, the cultural background of our patients can contribute in how patients perceive and express their dignity. It's important incorporating all these aspects, the communication. We can you can use empathy. How we work and how we stay with our patients are all aspects that can be included in the practice and can modify or can better report also the culture of dignity in our settings environment. We also understood that the use of effective communication is very important factor. It's also important how we communicate between professionals and with our patients, and the effort that we use to involve them in all of their care and disease process. It's important also the role of manager, because they play an important role in promoting the respect of patient dignity. We also understood that the quality and the quantity for human resources are both relevant, and also the organization of our hospital, the use of clear communication, timely delivery of care, the coordination among professionals, and also the specific physical characteristics of our environment can affect positively or negatively with the experience of our patients. All these elements are very important to improve and to respond what are the patient needs, promote the autonomy and the sense of dignity. In the end, what we can take home after our work, we understood that these are the 5 most important aspects that emerged from our analysis. And we understood that it's very important to respect the autonomy and work to empower our patients. We also have to consider their emotional well-being, and they need to be involved in all of the decision process and also in their care journey. They need to maintain the sense of control. We also have to work to improve their physical comfort and privacy and respect their cultural needs. We know that our review has some limitations, especially regarding the characteristics of our studies and the fact that the majority of them were conducted in a specific context. The majority of them were conducted in Iran. And so we think that this may, in some aspect, have influenced our results. We also know that we decided to explore 4 specific databases and select English and Italian articles. In the end, we think that it's very important to promote the dignity of our patients in hospital settings, and it's very important to think and start to watch better how our patients look us when we work. And also we have maybe to rethink about how we work and how we organize our settings, including the patient more in the decision-making process. And also we think that the findings of our review can also support the creation in the future. We hope the sort of framework to promote better the dignified care and the healthcare, our patient hospitalization experience. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Valentina. Thank you. It was very interesting. Thank you. Q&A? Comments, questions? Can I ask, from your review, did you identify many cultural differences regarding perspectives on dignity?
When we analyzed data, we found that maybe in some settings is very difficult to respect, for example, patient beliefs, their religion needs. In other, maybe because the organization of the settings is different, we can better respect them. For example, this was and also, yes, especially in the Iran studies, this topic emerged. And also the relationship between different genders of patients and different gender of professionals. Because in some of studies where patients underline the need to involve in the process care, for example, more female, and also the relationship between patients and the parents and the relatives of other patients. maybe one of the most important aspects that emerged was the gender differences. Gender, yeah. But we suppose that was connected with the culture, the specific characteristics of this contest.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Just wonder, what about age? Older and younger patients? Were there differences?
In many studies, these differences didn't emerge. We not analyzed this aspect, but I think that the majority of them were old patients.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We have a few minutes now, which is great. We're out of time. Thank Francesca for fantastic timekeeping. Thank you so much. So we have about 15 minutes, maybe a little bit less, 13 minutes, for just to open it up, to have a general conversation about dignity in care. And I'm going to throw in something quite contentious again. Many years ago, I think it was about 2012, Ruth Macklin, who's an American bioethicist, she said, dignity is a useless concept. We don't need it, we just need autonomy. I'd like to hear the panel's responses to that, or the audience indeed. How useful is the concept of dignity in nursing ethics? Who'd like to start? Please, Anne.
I think dignity is more useful than the concept of autonomy. And I think the last year's research into behavioral economics and how we make choices and the psychology of people makes it even clearer that we should focus more on patients and people's dignity than on the concept of autonomy alone.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, as we saw today, the concept of autonomy can be put in the concept of dignity, but dignity is a more various concept that include other domains. So we can't consider only autonomy. Well, we have in front of us as nurses a person, people that have so much characteristics, so much brings with them culture, experiences. So we have in front of us a world, not only a disease or only a person. So we can't consider only the aspect of autonomy.
I agree with Ilaria. Thinking about our results, autonomy is incorporated with the meaning of autonomy, ethics or dignity. So I think that one is a component of the other, I think. And we have to work to improve both of them, but I think that dignity is a huge concept.
I think dignity is very important from the viewpoint of older people living in their own homes and being the clients of home care, because that is something we should definitely support more, not just focusing on the care needs. Of course, we have to provide the care that they need, for example, giving the nutrition and medication, etc., but supporting the dignity of the older person in their own homes. It's also the autonomy, but the dignity is very important. And it relates to my topic, research topic, quite closely.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Views from the floor. How valuable is the concept of dignity to you? Michael, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Well, I say congratulations to both for your presentations that we're doing this thing. It's just that I'd like to make some provocative remarks.
Thank you. And I hasten to add, I do not agree with Ruth Macklin, by the way. But that's really helpful. And actually, one thing you said, Michael, that's particularly pertinent, I think, is you used the word shame. And I think if we think of the absence of dignity, where patients feel ashamed or humiliated or embarrassed or just generally undignified, we get more of a sense of why it's so important. Yes, sorry, go ahead, Andrea. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you. That's also lovely and very, very important about the central role of dignity in, for example, human rights declarations. It's absolutely a central concept, much more so than autonomy. So absolutely can only agree. And I also like the point you make about being in relationship, being interdependent. There's a lovely line from Alcott, and he says, each of us is like all of us, like most of us, like some of us, like none of us. And I think the word dignity really, really reminds us of our common humanity. But so I think we all agree with you. We all agree. Is that right? Dignity is a very central concept. We'll continue to discuss what it means, and we'll continue to do empirical work in different cultural contexts and with different age groups and different care contexts. But I think we agree it's a critically important concept, and we're very grateful to you for bringing your work here today. So I think another round of applause. Thank you. So we now have tea and coffee, and we're back here at 4 p.m. for the plenary panel. So thank you. So please enjoy some tea and coffee. Thank you very much. And again, thank you, Francesca. Thank you all. That's great.
asked me that they want to take a picture from all of us here in front of the big screen. So you're kindly asked to stand up and to come here at the front. Thank you.
Lei sa come costruirsi un'amicizia? Vedi? Da un attimo,
Chi è che ci parla? Questa la mettiamo negli annali. Guarda il campo.
Questa foto si fa un articolo Olimpia Fatti, guardate bene.
Solo una? Non c'è il slice salami?
Sì.
Come si dice? O famo o no famo? Come si dice a Roma?
La famo o una famo sta
famo
foto?
una famo sta foto. Ok. La famo.
La famo.
Allora famola.
La famo a fare.
Sono tre, sono diventate tre.
Che qui ci prendono per inedia. Now we have to say nurses. Say nurse. Say nurse. Nurse.
Lo sai che ogni volta che vedrò sta foto e sarà te che dici
Sei nurse. No.
sei nurse. Guardate questo era di tascare la foto.
So I don't need to do anything? I just put the headphones on? Exactly. Okay, thank you. Definitely need that.
So, dear colleagues, what a great activity to begin a panel with a common picture, photograph of all of us. I'm very honored to moderate this first panel, Current Themes in Nursing Ethics. And dear Anne, I think we will start the fourth slide of your presentation, topics for the fourth decade of nursing ethics. And we will deepen this issue tomorrow, I know. And I'm very happy to introduce you our experts on the panel, experts who will cover different topics which are part of the current themes. And we will be happy in a second phase of the panel. At the end, I suggest to discuss questions referring to all the topics that have been addressed. So I will introduce all of you at once. We will hear your presentations, and at the end, I suggest that you write down your questions and that we have a final discussion. And I hope that you will inspire each other also as experts. So the first speaker is Dr. Georgina Morley. She is a nurse ethicist, and she's the director of the Nursing Ethics Program at the Cleveland Clinic, Ohio. And as a clinical ethics consultant with over 300 consults, her research focuses on the ethical experiences of nurses on moral distress and interventions to mitigate its negative effects. She's an international expert on moral distress and has published peer-reviewed papers and book chapters on this topic. Her talk will be on the subject of moral repair and building community. Georgina is also member of the board of nursing ethics. The second speaker is Professor Loredana Sasso. She is professor of nursing at the University of Genoa. This is our host university. As former president of the European Federation of Nursing Regulators, she participated on the Code of Ethics of Conduct of European nursing. She's also the founding president of the first Italian Sigma nursing chapter based at this university. And in July 22, she was appointed scientific director of the Center of Excellence for Nursing Research and Development in Rome. Her talk will be on the subject of ethical codes for contemporary and future nursing. Our third speaker is Professor Franco Carnevale. He's a nurse, psychologist, and clinical ethicist, as well as a nursing ethics professor at the McGill University in Montreal, Canada. He is the founder and principal investigator of an international childhood ethics program called VOICE. He will be speaking on how children's agency and voices should be better recognized in nursing practice. Our fourth speaker is Professor Rita Suhonen. She is director of the doctoral program in nursing science at the University of Turku in Finland in the Department of Nursing Science. And she is also director of nursing at the Turku University Hospital. She will talk about what individualization of nursing care means and the ethical challenges that are connected with it. Rita is also a member of the board of nursing ethics. And now it's my honor to give the word to you, Georgina. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that very kind introduction, and it's an absolute honor to be here and to be part of this panel this afternoon with my esteemed international colleagues and in beautiful Genoa, so thank you very much. My name's Georgina Morley. I'm a nurse ethicist at the Cleveland Clinic, and my area of expertise is really in moral distress. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about moral distress, and then I'm also going to talk about moral repair and building community, so thinking a little bit about kind of the future. So, an enduring theme within nursing ethics has, of course, been moral distress. Prior to the pandemic, moral distress was a concept that was known by most, if not all, nurses with an interest in ethics. It's been an enduring theme in nursing and ethics, and rightfully so. It's a debated concept, and building upon arguments by Australian nurse ethicist Megan Jane Johnston and feminist philosopher Karina Forey, I've conducted empirical research with nurses to understand the concept of moral distress. And I argue from those findings for a broader conceptualization that disassociates moral distress and knowledge of the right action. And I argue that this is really beneficial because it promotes perspective taking and dialogue, which I think then has the potential to foster a sense of moral community. Nonetheless, from the decades of research exploring what I would coin as moral constraint distress, we know that it continues to be pervasive throughout healthcare. And we know that it can contribute to nurses feeling that they want to leave their place of work or the profession altogether. This figure, which is taken from an excellent paper by Giulia Lamiani and colleagues, shows the growth of interest in the concept of moral distress from the time that it was originally coined by late American philosopher Andrew Jamerton in 1984. And in this paper, Lamiani and colleagues describe the publication trends of moral distress. So as you can see from this figure, 2011 marked a sharp rise in moral distress publications. Most of the research, as I'm sure many of you are aware, has been conducted in North America, followed by Europe. So pre-pandemic, Lamiani and colleagues describe how moral distress is correlated with organizational environment, poor ethical climate, and poor collaboration, and how it contributes to diminished satisfaction in one's work and lower engagement, and how moral distress contributes to feeling professionally constrained. And then, of course, the pandemic occurred. And we know that the working conditions for nurses and the ethical challenges that they faced got harder and it got more fraught. So like many others, I have conducted some empirical research during the pandemic. And the aim of this research was really to understand nurses' ethical experiences and the ethical challenges that they encountered during this time. So we conducted a two-part study. The first part of the study was initially developed in collaboration with some of the scholars that are present at this conference. But unfortunately, we weren't able to secure funding for an international collaboration. So instead, this data is from one large Midwest healthcare system. So myself and my Cleveland Clinic collaborators, we sent out surveys and also conducted interviews with nurses in the US. And our aim was to really understand the ethical challenges that those ICU nurses had encountered during the pandemic, and then the extent to which they drew upon the various capacities of moral resilience to respond to those ethical challenges. So the project was underpinned by appreciative inquiry, which is a strength-based orientation rather than a purely deficit-based approach. So this really enabled us to look at areas of good practice. We had 49 nurses that completed surveys and 7 participated in interviews. And from that data, we identified 5 themes that captured the ethical challenges that ICU nurses encountered. So the first is imbalance and injustice between professionals. So the nurses that we spoke to and who completed our surveys described how other healthcare providers avoided going into patients' rooms because they were concerned that they would contract COVID. The next theme was diminished safety and quality of care. So nurses described feeling unable to provide the same safe and high quality level of care as pre-pandemic. We identified challenges with surrogate decision-making. So participants described feeling that surrogates weren't able to make decisions that really reflected the patient's values, and nor were they kind of best interest decisions. Nurses also described patients dying alone. So they described that heart-wrenching experience of seeing patients either dying alone or connecting them with family members over kind of FaceTime. And then the final ethical challenge that we identified was implementing visitation policies. So in this last theme, what we heard and what has been echoed and supported in other studies was that nurses were largely responsible for enforcing the strict visitation policies that have been subsequently highly criticized post-pandemic. So to overcome these challenges, nurses described drawing upon available resources, such as the Ethics Consultation Service and palliative medicine. They relied upon teamwork and peer support to help them through. Some described drawing upon their own strengths and values, and then others described taking a really methodical approach to the ethical challenges that they encountered through problem solving. So then we kind of looked at, in that data, which capacities of moral resilience we could identify in the data. And what we found was that the nurses drew upon some of the capacities of moral resilience, but not each capacity. Often nurses were describing really using their own values as a guide to decision-making, rather than orienting themselves to the patient's values. We had adopted the conceptualization of moral resilience as described by Cinda Rushton. And so she identifies and argues that there's 4 capacities within moral resilience that can really be measured. So the first is moral integrity, so moral wholeness that is maintained when an individual is able to maintain their ethical norms, values, and commitments when facing adversity. Moral efficacy, the belief and confidence in one's capacities to effect change in response to ethical challenges when faced with resistance. Responses to moral adversity, so the ability to be courageous and to self-regulate one's emotional responses when faced with an ethical challenge. And then finally, relational integrity, so the ability to enact and promote the patient's values while maintaining a sense of one's own values and beliefs. And it was really this last capacity that we were actually only able to find one example of in the participants' narratives. More often, there was this appeal to the nurses' own values, or they would draw upon decisions that they would make for their own loved ones in order to inform their responses to ethical challenges. In the second part of the study, which was opened up to nurses working in med-surg areas, we wanted to identify and understand the personal and professional impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on hospital-based nurses with regard to safety, relationships, and perceptions of one's team and organization, and the lessons learned that could inform future responses to pandemics or global emergencies. And what we heard was the sense that really there was this increased polarization and division within participants' communities. So one of the nurse participants stated, "COVID became so political, and I found myself becoming exhausted by it. People would say things that were so untrue or misinformed, and I would become so angry, which of course I internalized. But I was so disappointed and disgusted. How people distrusted science and the recommendations of people that know what's going on. We had to see people die from COVID every single day, and people had the audacity to question our humanity. That was what impacted my perception of my community the most, and I don't know when that will be forgotten." Another participant stated, "It was amazing to see how divided we are in our thinking. Many people acted like it would never affect them. They walked around without masks and would get offended if asked to wear one." Similarly to the ICU nurses in the first part of the study, these nurses described how it was a sense of solidarity, togetherness, and teamwork that really got them through the pandemic. One participant stated, "I found a new depth of bonding with my co-workers. There is an in-the-trenches-together mentality that we have developed that has resulted in a deeper bond with my co-workers. They are the only ones who understand what this year has been like as an ICU healthcare worker, and we have looked to each other for support, not only with patient care, but with the traumas that we have faced together." So what we saw pre-pandemic was this movement and orientation away from reaffirming and evidencing the causes and prevalence of moral distress to really better understanding how we can mitigate the negative effects of moral distress. Note that I don't say eradicate, because I don't think we want to eradicate moral distress. These interventions and strategies have ranged from educational interventions to specialty consults, interventional bundles, self-reflection, narrative writing, facilitated discussion, to multidisciplinary rounding. We found in a systematic review that we conducted a couple of years in 2021 that educational interventions seem to hold the most promise. So this is where I hope, and I think the next theme or trend in nursing ethics will go, and that's really towards an orientation of seeking resolution, moral repair, and ways to rebuild our moral communities. Throughout the pandemic, we've seen healthcare recommendations become highly politicized. We've seen a rise in disinformation, in mistrust, in rightful mistrust amongst Black and minority populations. So for many, it feels like our healthcare communities are increasingly fraught and divided. And what I really hope is that as a nursing ethics community, we can orient ourselves to nurturing societal solidarity and building moral community. Some of this work has, of course, already been started. So Elizabeth Peter and Joan Liashenko wrote a wonderful paper in the Hastings Centre in 2016, and they drew upon the work of Margaret Urban Walker, a feminist philosopher. So Walker states that moral communities are places, both literally and figuratively, that keep moral spaces open, where moral language can flourish in conversations about our identities as moral agents, our understandings of mutual responsibilities, and the values and beliefs we hold as members of a particular community. Moral repair is the task of restoring and stabilizing moral relationships, and provide one way in which we can repair the moral damage of the pandemic in our shared healthcare community. So really, there are so many ways in which the pandemic pulled us apart, and what our findings from our research really highlighted was that it's when we come together that we're at our best and we're able to overcome challenges. So I really hope that this will be a future theme in nursing ethics as we continue the work of addressing moral distress through moral repair and moral community, focusing not only on the issues that are contentious and which divide us, but also identifying ways in which we can strengthen our moral communities. Thank you.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti. Come dire, sono oltremodo felice di essere qui con voi nella mia università per questa importante celebrazione del 30° anniversario dei Nursing Ethics e ancora una volta voglio ringraziare Han Gallagher per aver voluto, desiderato insieme a noi che questa cosa avvenisse qui, che questo evento avvenisse qui. Quindi davvero ancora grazie, Anna. Quale abbiamo immaginato potesse essere il nostro contributo in questa sessione pomeridiana? In realtà ci siamo chiesti qual è il futuro, qual è la realtà dei codici etici per l'infermieristica contemporanea e soprattutto per quella futura. Che cosa è successo? Che cosa sta succedendo ai nostri codici, che sono poi anche il primo documento, il primo punto di partenza per gli infermieri di infermieristica, il primo punto di incontro con l'etica della professione per molti studenti di infermieristica. Abbiamo dato un'occhiata non certo a tutti i codici, ma a quelli più noti, più conosciuti, quelli che più o meno partono dalla Carta dei diritti fondamentali dell'Unione Europea e poi vedete rapidamente negli anni sono stati rivisti, sono stati aggiornati il codice europeo, il codice americano, quello della FNOPI 2019, vedete nel corso degli anni l'aggiornamento che c'è stato di questi codici, alcuni sono molto recenti, eppure questa mattina la nostra segretaria nazionale ci ha detto che già il codice FNOPI, quindi il codice italiano degli infermieri italiani 2019, ha già bisogno di una revisione. Quindi siamo di fronte a un fenomeno, a fenomeni, scusate, sanitari che hanno difficoltà a essere fotografati, a essere fissati una volta per tutte. Siamo di fronte a fenomeni nel campo sanitario, e dico sanitario perché immagino che le stesse problematiche le abbiano le altre professioni sanitarie. Siamo di fronte a fenomeni che necessitano di aggiornamenti continui, direi dove la realtà corre più veloce di quelle che è la nostra capacità di interpretarla e di fissarla, anche in regole di comportamento così autorevoli come sono i codici. Che cosa abbiamo fatto? Grazie all'ausilio della scuola di dottorato dell'Università di Genova abbiamo fatto una piccola scoping review e abbiamo provato ad esplorare la letteratura, quindi abbiamo provato a vedere che cosa la letteratura suggerisce in merito a questa tematica, e cioè l'attualità dei codici deontologici nella nostra professione. Allora vediamo da questi articoli che sono recentissimi, che volutamente abbiamo voluto che fossero molto recenti, che già i codici che abbiamo visto, anche quelli più aggiornati, paiono già superati. Il codice dell'ICN, che è quello più recente, voi vedete che già un anno dopo la propria uscita è stato rivisto nel 2021, vedete che già nel 2023 si pone una riflessione, ed è una riflessione portata da due fatti che stanno sconvolgendo la sanità: il Covid e la guerra in Ucraina. Vedete, quest'articolo è stato sviluppato anche con contributo di infermiere ucraine. E quindi anche un codice come quello dell'ICN, che è un codice recentissimo, il più recente, il più recentemente aggiornato, risente già di bisogni di aggiornamento. Si parla di salute, di infermieri salute globale, e quando parliamo di salute globale intendiamo tutti quei fattori determinanti che magari non riguardano direttamente la salute, ma riguardano l'ambiente, riguardano le condizioni in cui l'uomo vive, no? E la guerra di sicuro non è un fattore predisponente alla salute. Dunque, anche da questo articolo, rispetto a un codice tra i più recenti, viene determinata la necessità di una revisione verso sfide più globali, se così possiamo definirle. E quindi la domanda che accompagna questo articolo è questa: ha ancora senso ragionare nei termini di una pluralità di codici etici? O forse è venuto il momento di confrontarci, di orientarci verso un codice etico universale per tutti gli infermieri, che faccia da grande ombrello, da grande contenuto e attraverso il quale poi possano esserci delle declinazioni anche locali, come suggeriva la collega americana questa mattina, e che però risenta profondamente di questa sfida ampia, universale, in cui tutti siamo inseriti. E questa è un po' la prima domanda che noi rivolgiamo in questa sede, che è la sede naturale verso questo, dove venga affrontato questo dibattito. Un altro aspetto importante riguarda il futuro dell'infermieristica, no? Noi sappiamo che nei prossimi anni ci aspettano sfide importanti per l'infermieristica sotto il punto dell'educazione, della formazione, della globalizzazione, della sostenibilità, dei diritti, di tutti quei fenomeni migratori, dei rifugiati e le pandemie. Noi sappiamo tutti che non è affatto finita, ma che è l'inizio. Il percorso della pandemia passata è stato l'inizio, quindi dovremo prepararci a ben altre sfide pandemiche. E anche qui, quali saranno i nuovi ruoli degli infermieri? Essendo che queste sfide sono così trasversali e così globali, la domanda che io ribadisco, perché questa è la sede, ha ancora senso parlare di tanti codici? Oppure davvero l'infermieristica dovrebbe fare un grande passo e ancora una volta diventare maestra verso altre professioni e pensare a un codice universale dell'infermieristica? Questa è la sfida che ci aspetta per il futuro. E legato fortemente a questo tema c'è anche quello dell'apprendimento. Questa mattina proprio in questa sala si è svolta una sessione, un gruppo di lavoro sull'apprendimento rispetto all'etica e ai codici, e anche qui la letteratura ci ha sostenuto riguardo a nuove sfide, a nuovi apprendimenti rispetto proprio agli apprendimenti, all'insegnamento e allo studio dei codici etici. Sappiamo che è quello che noi stiamo facendo adesso, con piccole simulazioni, con piccoli esempi, a volte con l'approccio a casi dovrebbe essere ampliato, enfatizzato, con reali dentro i centri di simulazione, portando i veri dilemmi etici, i veri problemi che poi il professionista infermiere si trova ad affrontare sia da solo sia all'interno della comunità nei propri luoghi di lavoro. E quindi il codice dovrebbe essere non tanto quel luogo dove si danno le risposte, ma dove si aiutano a declinare le tantissime domande che la realtà porrà ai giovani infermieri e di cui di certo noi non conosciamo le risposte e forse neanche loro. E quindi la capacità di porsi domande, di dibattere in gruppo, di discuterle insieme può essere la strada della nuova sfida etica. E allora non mi resta che concludere il mio intervento, che è senz'altro posto più su domande che non su risposte, con questo affresco che a noi piace moltissimo. Questa è la scuola di Atene, si trova nella terza sala della segnatura in Vaticano, è di Raffaello Sanzi ovviamente. Che cos'ha? Beh, questo affresco ha un sacco di storie, di leggende, però ha una cosa importantissima, che è il luogo del dibattito, è il luogo dove 58 componenti della conoscenza, che spaziano dalla filosofia all'etica, alla matematica, all'architettura, discutono tra di loro per trovare la soluzione, che non è mai una, ma è sempre artefice e significativa di più confronti, di più sfaccettature, quasi poliedrica. Però voi vedete che c'è un'unica figura femminile in questo affresco, una sola donna. È vestita di bianco ed è la verità. Ed è significativo che fra tutti questi 58 portatori di conoscenza, una sola sia la figura femminile. E dopo vari studi è stata attribuita a questa figura femminile il significato di verità. Ecco, ogni volta che noi ci troviamo insieme, che discutiamo e mettiamo al centro la ricerca della verità, e io dico del bene verso il paziente, allora lì stiamo lavorando verso i principi etici, stiamo condividendo valori, stiamo creando il futuro dell'etica infermieristica. Buon lavoro.
Carissimi colleghi, dear colleagues, chers collègues, s'il y a des francophones dans la salle, it is an immense honor to be here, to have this opportunity to speak with this incredible audience from all over the place. Although my topic will seem very narrow for those of you who don't work with children, I invite you to think of this, my presentation, as an example of how turning to the social sciences, philosophy, and other humanities can help us reimagine the ethics of working with a particular population. And in my case, that's young people. I invite you to think about how this kind of process could be useful for the work that you do with the populations that interest you. For this presentation, I will use the term young people to refer to children and youth. A key concept underlying the work that I am doing with this childhood ethics research program that we call VOICE is epistemological oppression. Epistemological oppression refers to the systematic oppression that is perpetrated by ways of thinking. There are ways of thinking that systematically discount, demerit, devalue the ethical significance of the experiences, the voices, the agency, the humanity of young people. This epistemological oppression is perpetrated through a grossly outdated way of thinking about children along these very caricaturalized, universalized, age-based stage models of child development, where we presume that every child from 3 to 5 thinks this way, and so on and so on. This is based on old work by Piaget, Erikson, Kohlberg, and so on, that has been across the board discredited, discounted within child psychology itself and within childhood studies. And yet, these tables dominate clinical textbooks. This way of thinking characterizes young people as human becomings, not yet full human beings. It characterizes them as immature, incapable, incompetent, and therefore their voices aren't ethically worthy. So that's the first problem. Another problem is the way we think about voice in general. There is a tendency to attribute authority to linguistic mastery, whereas agential expression and voice is expressed in all kinds of ways. It's expressed through silence, it's expressed through actions, it can be expressed through artistic expression, and other kinds of ways, and through the use of devices for those who communicate differently. Another problem, many people say, yes, I listen to children, but a lot of times we listen with a tone of compassion, with a psychosocial orientation. And of course, compassion is important, and I would say it's necessary, but not enough. Because solely using a voice of compassion can convey a patronizing pity that can be very devaluing. What I argue for is a recognition of young people's voices as ethically worthy and merit the attribution of due weight legally and ethically. And so in the face of this epistemological oppression, I call for emancipation. Emancipation by shifting the way we think about young people from immature and incapable and incompetent, and reimagining them as moral agents who have interests, who have hopes, who have aspirations, and who have capacities if the context enables them to mobilize them. As you heard in the introduction, I am the founder, co-founder, there's a group of us, and I lead this childhood ethics research program called VOICE. We have coined the term childhood ethics because we wanted to shift away from the term pediatric ethics, which it tends to be dominated by medical concerns and has its place and is important and it's fine, but it tends to really decenter the experiences and voices of young people. And within our work, we have drawn on a pre-existing field that has existed for well over 20 years, that's referred to as childhood studies. It is predominantly based in the social sciences and the humanities, and is relatively unknown within the health sciences. So we've drawn on this work, and we have tried to articulate and develop models, theories, methodologies, methods, so that they can be mobilized within the health sciences. I'm going to work my way to nursing shortly. We've developed a research methodology called participatory hermeneutic ethnography, and the participatory part is particularly important, and I will get back to that in my last minute or two. With this methodology, we have tried to study the experiences of young people with young people, in partnership with young people, in just about any context you can imagine. All realms of healthcare, including dentistry, palliative care, intensive care, neonatology, but also within schools, community organizations, and within the child welfare youth protection system. We've developed, in the bottom paper here, a method for eliciting and interpreting young people's voices, using this notion of thick that comes from anthropologist Clifford Geertz. And the idea is that we need to understand voices as socioculturally embedded in order for us to be able to understand what is the significance of what they express. And we have used this model, these approaches, in many global contexts, beyond Canada, and including within pediatric oncology in India, rural Tanzania, many times within Brazil, Nigeria, among others. And with this work, we have adapted it toward our understanding of children's nursing. So we have drawn on initiatives within the UK nursing that has for some time used the term children's nursing rather than pediatric nursing, to get away from medical categories to a population-focused children's nursing. And we've developed our own model and framework on children's nursing that is rooted on the ideas I've been referring to just now. The idea that every child is a moral agent. They have aspirations, they have worries, they have preoccupations, and we need to be mindful of that, and in particular, in terms of the way we engage with them, and in terms of the way we imagine a key concept, best interests. This is a term we use all the time in working with children, but it is very infrequently informed by their own aspirations and voices. When I do ethics consultation and working with children and families, usually these ethics consultations involve disputes, conflicts, disagreements among grown-ups over what everyone thinks is in the child's best interest. Very infrequently informed by and oriented by the young person's own aspirations. But these are not easy to elicit, and these are not easy to interpret. And so we've been trying to publish frameworks to help do that. And we have advanced in this work using a hermeneutic orientation, an integrated view of young people that integrates biological, relational, and ethical dimensions. And we've drawn a great deal in our understanding of hermeneutic. I heard Taylor mentioned by Professor Fowler earlier on. Charles Taylor, who's a Montreal-based philosopher, who has strongly oriented Patricia Benner's work. And so all of our work is very much oriented on Charles Taylor's hermeneutics and conception of human agency. And within this paper, I present a case study using this approach of a young child with pain that is difficult to control. This is my last slide, but I still have 5 minutes, and I'm going to use them. So zooming into, so I was just talking about children's nursing, and then in terms of today's focus on ethics, I've just recently republished this chapter in a new edition of this textbook. This is the principal advanced nursing ethics textbook that we use within Canada, and it's based on relational ethics. It's an open access book, so you can all access it. If you you can just note the title, and it's available to you. And I wrote the chapter on children's nursing. Within this chapter, I elaborate the ideas that I've been talking about here, and I elaborate how the way in which we understand the good, the right, to just in working with young people, and the way in which we define best interests has to necessarily be informed by their voices and their experiences. Concretely, what does this look like? Well, in many contexts, some contexts allow for young people to actually have legally acknowledged consenting authority. Within Canada, we have this notion of mature minor. So once a minor demonstrates the legally defined capacity to understand and bear responsibility for a decision, they can do so independently, and they can do so without necessary involvement of their parents. So a 12-year-old who's seeking sexual health guidance and care can do so, interruption of a pregnancy, counseling about their gender identity can do so if they demonstrate the capacity to understand and bear responsibility, can do so with full protection of their privacy and confidentiality. And in many Anglo-Saxon jurisdictions, this mature minor concept holds up. What worries me, and this is great, and we can celebrate that, what worries me is young people who fall below that threshold. What if they don't have the authority to make any decisions, and what if they don't have the legal recognition to have privacy? And so in the work that we're doing, we are pushing forward this notion of assent, assenso in Italiano. Assent is similar to when we do research. Assent involves optimally informing the young person of their condition, about their condition, and the investigations and care that we are considering, and seeking their voluntary cooperation to the greatest extent possible. Assent is not the same as consent. There may be situations where, in the absence of assent, we may conclude that it is in that young person's best interest to do it without their assent, because, say, this 3-year-old will not agree to a form of surgery that seems to be urgently required. But the importance is that we have done what we can, and the importance is that we recognize that when we do it without their assent, we see that as an ethical harm. It should weigh heavy on us. It is an ethical harm that may be excusable, permissible, given the circumstances and given other considerations of their best interests. But in other circumstances, when, for example, we're talking about a routine blood test that may be good to have, but not necessarily obligatory and not really foundationally important in terms of the best interests, and then we're pinning them down, pushing them, they're screaming and howling and absolutely upset, then maybe we need to reconsider it. We've done research in pediatric dentistry education, where we are seeing that dentists, or at least in Canada, the United States, are being taught to focus mainly on behavioral control techniques, including even, it's in the pediatric textbooks, a hand-over-mouth exercise, muzzling, for a screaming child to get them to cooperate. This is the kind of thing we really want to confront. This is a deep, deep, profound disrespect of young people as persons. And in the last minute and a half, the new horizon going forward in childhood ethics that we see is moving toward an authentic participatory orientation in practice, in policy making, and in research. Many models have been developed. We've been working with a model of youth advisory councils, where the research for our Voice program has a youth advisory council. Every study that we do, every study that our graduate students do, is reviewed by a youth advisor. To the greatest extent possible, youth are, could even be co-researchers, and have been in some of our recent publications. Some healthcare institutions have youth advisory councils that are treated very seriously. You could have a youth on selection committees for executives. We have had some of the youth on our youth advisory council invited to make testimonies to the Canadian Parliament to advise on legislative changes that are being considered. That's the new horizon. It's not easy to do. We're trying to build knowledge on how to do this well, and I encourage you all to consider how can participatory approaches be promoted with the populations that you work with. And I believe I even have 10 minutes left, and I will stop there. 10 seconds, rather. Voilà.
Okay, thank you for giving this opportunity to talk about our research work that has lasted more than 30 years. So I talk about individuality and individualized nursing care. And our research team really has been interested in this topic and this concept more than 30 years. And interest in this concept has persisted over these decades. And the more we look at this phenomenon, the more colors we find. And in this talk, I will focus on highlighting some research findings on what individualized care is and what colors have emerged in the light of research. And the specific basis for this analysis today is the ethics of care and the ethics of nursing. As nursing care of older individuals or older people is close to my heart, I take some examples from that context. Individualized care is an internationally recognized goal of nursing, a measure of nursing care quality or a patient care, and an effective way to achieve patient outcomes. The concept has been defined in many ways, but there is no single accepted definition yet. In 2000, our research team defined individualized care as the actions of nurses. They take into account the individuality of the patient in nursing care and facilitate the patient's participation in decision-making regarding their nursing care. The sub-concepts of individualized care are clinical situation, personal life situation, and decisional control. The clinical situation refers to all the factors that determine the health status of the individual, the abilities to be taken into account, and the personal life situation from which the individual comes from. The third sub-concept, decisional control, involves supporting patients to make their own decisions about their care, guided and supported by the professionals, of course. This includes having options, making choices, being informed about the condition and treatment, and expressing views, wishes, and suggestions. For the nurse, this means knowing the patient's preferences, individualizing accordingly, and involving the patient. Individualized care has been contrasted with disease-centered and task-oriented care, suitable for all or most of the patients. More than 40 years ago, Cox and Rockman described the individuality, the specificity of the patient as being particularly essential in targeting care to the individual. In their model, interaction model of client health behavior, the theory and definition included the concept of tailoring, which is used in particular in the sense of fitting care to each patient according to one's needs. This requires the identification and assessment of individual needs, but really reaching the individuality. And also who has a say in the situation. Furthermore, this model calls for interaction and communication, based on which the nursing care interventions and activities are delivered exactly to the individual or with the individual. Thus, individualized care involves allowing the individuality of the patient to determine interpersonal approaches and nursing interventions. Because patients are different, a variety of interventions are required. Therefore, the precise content of an individualized intervention is not determined prior to nurse-patient interaction, but develops during or because of that interaction. Whilst the concept of individualization is well known and its importance agreed on, the delivery of individualized nursing care is still far from complete, as recent studies have highlighted from many countries. However, professionals still seem to think that the patients comply with care protocols, instead being active, empowered actors who are well equipped with self-care management for good health. This may be the reason for not knowing the critical elements of the activities for individualization of nursing care and the lack of autonomous conduct of nursing care. The organizational circumstances, limited time for individual patients, disease-oriented healthcare systems, and effective encounter-based measures may not fully support the provision of individualized care. Whilst there is a basic understanding about individualization of care, perceptions of both the main stakeholders, patient and nurses, there are no unambitious methods or activities identified on how nurses individualize nursing care for individuals with different health problems. The lack and clarity of how to individualize nursing care for patients can be seen in differing assessment of perceptions. This argument may be justified as nurses have been found to consider provided care as more individualized than patients do. And finally, what kind of structures, processes, and resources would the healthcare organizations are able to provide, as we are well aware of the shortage of professionals, especially nurses. Patient-centeredness is at the heart of the healthcare services and service system, and care where individualization is putting that promise into action. It is clear that when treating a patient, the service system is tuned to each patient so that their care and the care pathway with all its events is flexible, guided, and informed. For example, the Swedish ethicist Sven-Ove Hansson and Barbro Fröding have criticized the possibilities for providing individualized care. They wrote about critical ethical issues in person-centered care, which can be considered as one related concept of individualized care. Person-centered care has been used especially in the context of mental health care and in older people care context, but also more broadly. The concept is associated with three key themes: holistic care, personal relationships with patients, and shared decision-making. Hansson and Fröding identified several conflicts related to these themes, and some examples I will raise here. The first theme, holistic care, includes far more patient needs, characteristics, perceptions and sensations, life circumstances, and health problem issues that can be treated, assessed, or even brought to light in a visible way. And even if this were the case, how would this information be transferred between professionals at the interface of organizations and, on the other hand, guarantee the security of information in the current system and the privacy of the patient? And in nursing, how, for example, would structured patient documentation systems promote the visibility of individuality in these aforementioned areas? The second theme, the personal relationship, requires reciprocity and a focus on the moment, time, and place for both the professional and the patient, and an exchange of information, including a strong element of caring. If we consider, for example, the interactions between older individuals in care settings, being cared for, and their care providers in the changing situations, it is unclear whether this is even possible. The third theme, shared decision-making, is the key element of individualized and patient-centered care. Shared decision-making involves the participation of both the professional and the patient in decision-making process, sharing information and a common understanding of the issue, participation in making the decision itself and the expression of preferences, and the implementation of this decision. This is, of course, aimed at individual autonomy and self-determination. On the other hand, looking at the whole picture, the question immediately arises as to whether the information and preferences of the professional and the patient correspond and whether the conditions for decision-making are met. Hansson and Fröding asked whether it is possible to think that the commitment of professionals to basic ethical principles, doing good, avoiding harm, would be sufficient when justified with evidence. The patient would be offered a treatment that is known to do good and avoid harm. Still, whether patients' individuality and preference in decision-making have been included in this remains the core. Professionals' aim for person-centered care may be appropriate, but it is not individualized if the individual is not included as an active agent or actor having a say. An example from nursing would be the focus is on whether what is needed is done and based on the evidence, or whether the consequences of not doing it are adequately identified. For example, is nursing care of older individuals based on the best evidence, all types we know, and with appropriate protocols? Or are they being treated without either of the conditions or not being treated at all? We have increasing evidence of missed care, even neglect in the care of older people. The ethical issue regarding decisional control, one element of individualized care, still exists. And in the final analysis, a patient-centered approach would therefore focus on how individuals' human rights and rights as patients are realized. It is clear that the competence and natural inclinations of professionals will influence how the individuality and holistic approach mentioned above can be made visible, and whether all these issues, which can only be partially brought to light, can then be dealt with the healthcare system. Professionals do not have enough time to get to know the individual, and even if they did, the literature even shows a lack of interest on the part of professionals in the patient's ability to take responsibility for the management of their health problems, for example, after a short contact with the client. How to fully support this, or for treatment that is not carried out, missed care with significant consequences for the patient. These themes beg the question, are we being deceptive in promising patient-centered care to patients in the health service system, and are we continuing to treat them with the framework of the professionals and the organization in the health service, but calling it patient-centered care? It is clear that the patient is central to healthcare, and there is no denying that, but there is a room for improvement in terms of outcomes, for example, in relation to the three themes outlined. Previous systematic literature reviews have focused on the outcomes achieved by individualized nursing interventions. And most studies included interventions based on educational or counseling activities, health encounters, or clinical interventions. Others were training interventions or preventive interventions, including falls prevention. However, the reviews did not identify any specific activities with evidence how the nursing professionals individualize nursing care, or what nursing activities actually individualize care for the different patients. Identifying these interventions and activities may shed light on how to educate future nurses and how to really deliver impactful nursing care for patients. This is important in the case of chronic, long-lasting health problems. And in such conditions, individuals need to adapt their health behavior, lifestyle, self-management, and strategies how to carry on the conditions in daily life with a wide variety of situations. Learning this, how to individualize nursing care, nursing professionals would help changing the focus on individuals in a concrete way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. We have really 4 strong presentations showing what current and future teams of nursing ethics could be. And I was fascinated by the richness of nursing ethics and also by the challenges of defining this discipline as a consequence of all the knowledge we have accumulated in all these years. So we have touched different topics: ethical challenges of nurses, moral repair, maybe a paradigm shift. Georgina, you can help us in understanding this. The code of ethics, which needs to be revised because reality is evolving maybe too fast. Childhood ethics, also here a kind of paradigm shift in the way we see children and maybe also other populations in healthcare. So this could be also a new method of seeing things, and the implications of individualizing care and really looking at the outcomes, especially then when we missed to do so. So these are the dimensions we are talking about, and I'm sure you have some questions. I hope you have some questions, and please feel free to ask them also in Italian. I think we are enough people to be able to translate it spontaneously. Do we have microphones for the... Okay. I propose that we do not go topic by topic, but that you ask the questions. You are free to ask for whatever topic, and maybe questions that can be answered from some of you, not only from the person who brought the topic.
It's a big room, sorry. Thank you all for fascinating presentations. I have a question that I think each of you could answer, and I just wonder, what are the implications of your work for pre-registration undergraduate nursing programs? So the implications of your work, whether it is moral repair, codes, children's nursing, individualized care. So what do you think what are the best approaches to developing this work in nurse education, to put it another way? Thank you.
Let's just go down the line. Yes, please. Okay, I think this is working. That is a great question. So, I mean, I think when it comes to the area of moral distress and moral repair that I talked about in my presentation, something that I've been arguing for a couple of years now is that I really think we kind of need to reorient ourselves when we think about the concept of moral distress, and not only think about those experiences that we have where, you know, we believe that we've identified the right thing to do and we feel constrained. I deeply believe that the kind of anger and the frustration that's associated with being constrained actually prevents you from hearing other people's perspectives. And so one thing I would really like to see is pre-registration nurses being taught and educated on how to ask those questions, those value-based questions, how to really unpack other people's perspectives. And that's not only oriented towards patients and understanding their values, but also thinking about their colleagues. I think we see that trend in kind of interprofessional education. We're moving towards that orientation. But I think we should connect that kind of more within the world of ethics as well. And I think, also thinking about challenging nursing students to think about what a moral community looks like. I kind of hear and felt a lot of condemnation when I was a nurse, when I was a nursing student, about kind of nursing leadership. And one of the things that the pandemic really kind of opened my eyes to, I went from my fellowship role into my kind of professional staff, my academic role during the pandemic, and really saw and kind of stood shoulder to shoulder with nursing leaders trying to make impossible decisions and really trying to do the best that they could. So again, I think there's an opportunity within nursing education to kind of open your eyes to the challenges that nurse managers, nurse leaders, nurse educators kind of face in making some of those really difficult decisions as well.
We'll just go this way, or? Yes. Okay. I'll stand because I'm behind a monitor. Well, again, remember, at the root of mine was concern about epistemological oppression. And again, let's think about how our ways of thinking dehumanize, disadvantage, vulnerabilize the populations we work with. In our case, I love the question, Anne, because that's where we think is the best way, is the most important form of knowledge mobilization for us. We've integrated it within our curriculum at McGill University. However, so we present this kind of stuff, and the students are all saying, makes sense. All right, let's humanize young people. That sounds good. The problem is the practice settings. The practice settings are still using these tables and that are very rigid and discounting and dismissive of young people's voices. And so that, as is the case for just about everything we teach our students, evaluation and care of pain and all of that stuff. And so there, fortunately, we've got some of the practice settings that are hearing students sort of talk about this children's nursing thing. And so they've asked me to go and do some presentations, so that we hope to try to narrow the gap that way.
Sì, mi alzo anch'io, altrimenti il computer fa da schermo. Grazie Anne per la domanda. Io credo che quello che ha detto Franco adesso valga anche per i codici. Bisogna che noi costruiamo dei setting di apprendimento dove decliniamo i codici e dove mettiamo gli studenti di fronte non tanto alla problematica etica quanto a quello che poi vivranno. Mentre Franco parlava mi stavo facendo questo esempio, è un po' passare dall'insegnare il diabete a mettere lo studente di fronte al paziente diabetico. Cambia tutto, no? Noi coi codici studiamo il diabete. Dopo, quando andiamo in reparto e ci troviamo di fronte al paziente diabetico, è un'altra cosa. Noi coi codici apprendiamo la teoria, le modalità, però dopo quando ci troviamo nella comunità professionale, nella comunità e dobbiamo difendere magari alcuni valori, alcuni principi, diventa tutto molto più difficile e complicato. Quindi per quanto riguarda i codici, immagino che il futuro apprendimento nel campo della formazione potrebbe essere quello di costruire dei setting in simulazione con dei casi, con delle situazioni realmente problematiche che sono quelle che i professionisti vivono tutti i giorni. Ecco, questo potrebbe essere un modo per passare dall'insegnamento della teoria del codice al vissuto, a farlo vivere quotidianamente. E poi, come ho detto un po' nella mia relazione, la sfida è talmente ampia e talmente globale che credo che continuare a frantumare la realtà in tanti codici non sia più al passo con i tempi. Tutto qui. Grazie.
Okay, I would start saying that we know a lot. So now it is a question to how to put it into action. And we have strategies, international, national, governmental, professional, ethical, whatever, and almost each of these tell about individuality and taking care of an individual patient or seeing the person, seeing the patient like this, and knowing the person, and that is the best way to care. I would say that health or nursing education may be focused on, like there are so much included in the curriculum, what they need to learn. And this is, I think that it is, the clinical skills are those that are the most enthusiastic, and it's something to do, and really you need to learn them to do properly. But I would call somehow rise the nursing paradigm like as well, that there is the patient for the reason we are there. So how to find the patient's perspective, and I think that this has to do with the ethics. And I have witnessed and I have experienced the ethics lab in Leuven, run by Professor Kastmans and colleagues. So it was really an experience that getting to know how patients feel after a treatment, like we were forced to do something unethical, forced feeding and so on. So as a nurse and as a patient, and then there was an observer, and how it feels like, and when you do as a nurse. And then I think that adding some knowledge may be good for this, but I would look at closely to the clinical practice and the training periods when nursing students are learning, so that there are good role models and that they explain also what this means and what are the methods, how are we trying to learn to know the patient in a very hectic unit, for example. And I think that we have had a presentation here today about how patients can be as like teacher's role, telling for the nursing student how it was felt and what could be done in the next time, how could you develop or what could you do. And I think that this is one opportunity to learn how to individualize. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we will keep in mind this question. I'm also thinking about the workforce shortage, and maybe we are in the temptation to relax some admission criteria just to fill our classes. And so we will have to take care about our programs in order that the program can compensate maybe some qualities the candidates do not have yet. Okay, thank you. Other questions? Yes. Nasser, yeah?
Hello, actually my question.
So there is no audio, sorry? The microphone is not working. Yeah. No, maybe the other one. Thank you.
Okay, I have like two questions for Gina. My first question, I noticed that most of your work is about ICU nurses. Why ICU nurses? Why not to involve nurses from other departments, for example, nurses working at nursing home, oncology, dialysis, etc. I think most of them find some kind of moral distress during their jobs, especially those who are working in developing countries, because of lack of equipment, etc. So why don't expand your research to involve nurses from these areas and to involve nurses from other countries, especially developing countries? And my other question, now we know that ICU nurses are experiencing moral distress. We know the challenges. So what are your recommendations to overcome or to reduce the intensity of moral distress?
Great questions. I assume they're for me. So part of the research that I presented today, so looking at the ethical challenges as experienced by ICU nurses. So that first piece was ICU nurses only. The second element of the study was opened up to other hospital-based nurses, in part because it was a convenience sample. That's kind of, we were trying to do rapid research during the pandemic, but I completely take your point. I think that, multi-center, multi-site studies are definitely, much stronger. But that's a limitation of those studies. And then in terms of recommendations, I mean, that is really where I think, we should be orienting ourselves, and that was kind of part of my argument. So one of the things that we're developing at the Cleveland Clinic is built directly from some of these findings. So I'm talking about a study that was just published actually in Nursing Ethics a couple of months ago tomorrow, where one of the things that we heard was that peer support was something that nurses were using really, really frequently, which I think makes a lot of intuitive kind of sense, like those coffee room conversations, kind of asking like, what's happening here? So we've built a nursing ethics education kind of initiative program. It's a 7-month program. We've just completed it. We had 20 nurses that went through that, and we taught them the skills of kind of peer support for moral distress, which I think actually connects really nicely to some of what Professor Sasso was saying, because at the end of that course, we also had these kind of ethics competency tests that we did to try and understand, how impactful the education was. And really kind of our goal is to build those up into simulations so that we can really start to educate. I work in a hospital setting, so these are post-registration nurses. So we can really enhance their skills in ethics education. There is a little bit of research that shows that is kind of one of the most impactful times to educate nurses is in their post-registration years, because they have some experience under their belts and they kind of understand more those challenges. So that's kind of the future direction that we're taking to try and address moral distress. But we're also taking like a multimodal kind of approach as well. So we have an ethics consultation service. We're really trying to sharpen up some of the skills of the ethicists so that we're responding to moral distress during ethics consultation and being very explicit about that. And then we also have moral distress reflective debriefs that we've developed, which kind of drawing on some of that work around moral spaces. The idea is that we're engaging in moral discussion in the healthcare setting. So those are some of the approaches that we're taking, and in the systematic review that I mentioned, there's some other really good approaches in there as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions? Yes, please.
Sì, buonasera. Ho una riflessione da porre a seguito dell'intervento della professoressa Sasso. Allora, io penso che i codici deontologici non debbano avere una scadenza, ma devono essere un po' un work in progress, quindi continuare ad aggiornarsi sulla base del dibattito che c'è in un determinato contesto, paese o all'interno di una professione, su un problema che ha un tema che ha anche delle implicazioni etiche, e quindi è un aggiornamento costante fino ad arrivare poi ad un certo punto in cui magari cambia anche un paradigma di riferimento e quindi si riformula completamente. Riguardo il fatto del codice unico, io sono d'accordo sul fatto di avere un codice che abbia una parte generale di principi e valori a cui il professionista si ispira e quindi accompagna anche un sistema di principi e valori individuale, accompagnato poi da fattispecie come hai detto tu nella seconda parte, nel secondo tuo intervento, in cui si fa riferimento, si contestualizzano delle situazioni, problematiche etiche della pratica infermieristica a cui si danno delle risposte, quindi una parte generale con poi un'articolazione sotto forma di casi e con possibili soluzioni da un punto di vista etico. È un po' anche quello di cui io mi occupo e per chi avrà piacere relazionerò domani nella sessione mattutina. Grazie. Ah, scusate, un'altra cosa riguardo al professor Carnevale, sul minore emancipato, così è chiamato in Italia. Io sono d'accordo, anche se il percorso riguardo l'Italia lo vedo molto lungo sul fatto di riconoscere una competenza anche nella presa di decisioni del minore. C'è in alcuni settori, non è quello sanitario in Italia, anche se ci sono delle esperienze, mi viene in mente la Maria Letizia Verga di Monza, dove questo lavoro si sta facendo da tempo, di coinvolgere il minore, anche il minore di pochi anni, insieme alle famiglie per arrivare a una compliance, un'aderenza anche nel progetto terapeutico che viene proposto. Grazie.
Just a small response to your comment. There's a difference between mature minor and emancipated minor. Emancipated minor would be like a 16-year-old who's married. Very different from the concept that I was describing, which is a minor that demonstrates sufficient decision-making capacity to make a treatment decision. So, and that's very much a common law, Anglo-Saxon law concept, and so it's not quite the same as emancipated minor that I believe you have here. But that I don't know if there's any legal experts in Italy here, but.
Okay, so thank you. So my clock says 17:29, and this clock says 22. So which clock do we follow to the organizers? Okay, so one last question to all of you. If you could set up a research agenda and you have a grant at your disposition, let's say 100,000 euro or more, what kind of priorities would you set for your topics to be researched? What kind of questions would be of big relevance? We didn't talk about this hidden question, I'm sorry, but I'm sure that you will give us an answer as a closing remark to this panel. Thank you.
So I agree with you that participatory research is very much a key future direction. And I think a big question that I do have in my mind is around moral community and what that could and should look like within nursing. So I could imagine a participatory research project looking at moral communities.
So you kind of stole my answer there, but I mean, I ended on that, although I just want to say, I mean, I don't have to imagine it. This is what I'm losing sleep over right now. We're writing a big grant, trying to look at how to do participation authentically, and it's not easy. How do you get meaningful representation of the community in question? And what role should they have, and so on. So for all of the populations that we work with, whether it's nurses, children, people, older adults, mental health, disability, and so on, palliative care, how do we make the shift? We've been trying to counter paternalism in the clinical relationship. I think we need to look to the next step and look at how maybe the research community has been paternalistic, and definitely our governance structures in the organization and delivery of services have been tremendously paternalistic. How do we get more meaningful engagement with the communities that we work with?
Sì, ma certo, proprio questo tipo di ricerca è quella che io auspicavo quando parlavo di un codice universale per l'infermieristica universale, che è qualcosa di diverso, di avere alcuni capitoli in comune e poi le declinazioni. Io intendevo proprio un codice di respiro ampio, che sia un prodotto di una ricerca ampia, partecipata, e per questo l'abbiamo voluto lanciare qui, perché ci sembra che qui ci siano proprio i protagonisti per questo tipo di ricerca in campo etico, probabilmente su tutti i temi che qui abbiamo declinato, anche per i codici etici. Quindi da questo grande codice dell'infermieristica universale poi si potranno declinare forse situazioni particolari per le culture dei singoli stati, ma è da lì che devono nascere e non è il contrario. Non so se sono riuscita a spiegare, ma è proprio questo tipo di ricerca che auspichiamo. Grazie.
We are under reporting one intervention study that we were able to detect that we were able to implement the way how to individualize care, and it was visible for the patients and for the nurses and the patients' relatives. So that convinced us that something can be learned and something can be changed. And then we have another, it is also participatory action research in nursing home, how to look at how nurses enable mobility, activity, or support, or this way, an environment is one key here. So I am convinced that involving both the professionals and the patients or older individuals or whatever context it is, so that helps to understand. We have all the instruments translated in more than 30 countries, so we can measure it, but I think that we need to do some more deeper work now with the stakeholders together. So participatory action research.
So thank you very much for this very illuminating research agenda and final remarks. We are looking forward to reading them either in Nursing Ethics or in another journal of the ethics community. Thank you for this panel, for your participation, and see you for the award, which is beginning right now, I think. Okay, thank you very much.
usare la traduzione noi? Noi abbiamo la traduzione, come funziona? O mi butti su Giuseppe? Dicono loro? Ok. Sì. Abbasso? Hello?
Professor, I've got those plates to give you, so after Ruggiero's citation, I will give you the plates and then give it.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. What a delight it is to be here. My name is Jane Leng. I'm a visiting lecturer at the University of Exeter, and I have the huge privilege of being the coordinator for the Human Rights and Nursing Awards. I'm delighted also to be joined today by Professor Beatrice Mazzolini, Secretary General of the Italian Regulatory Boards of Nursing, who is going to present the awards. I'm delighted that one of the recipients, Ruggiero Rosini, is able to join us today. The other recipient is the nurses from the community mental health teams in the Ukraine, who I'm assured are joining us online. So a great welcome to nurses in Ukraine. But I'm also very pleased that they're going to be represented today by Rob Cukins, who's their supervisor. I'd now like to call upon Professor Anne Gallagher to open events.
Good evening, colleagues. This is the highlight of the conference for all of us every year. It's very humbling. We learn of nurses' achievements, exemplary nurses who do amazing things in very, very challenging circumstances. And what Jane also did say, the recipients will receive an award, a substantial financial award to help them to continue their work. And very soon Jane will tell you about some of the previous winners. So it's a huge honour to introduce this event, and I think you won't be disappointed for staying. It's very humbling, and it's a wonderful tribute to nurses around the world who work in very difficult circumstances and do amazing things. So that's all I want to say, Jane. Back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne. I've now got a short report from the co-founder of the awards, who we mentioned this morning, Dr. Verena Tudon. She's sorry she can't be with us herself, but she sent me these words that provide some background to these awards. And she writes, like many good things, the awards started with a throwaway remark made by the then colleague, Professor Jeff Hunt. He mentioned one day that nurses who do outstanding human rights work as part of their work should be given an award. We took this seriously, and eventually the Human Rights and Nursing Awards came into being during the yearly conferences then taking place at the University of Surrey. The Human Rights and Nursing Awards were first given in 2001 to 3 people. Subsequently, they were given in 2003 and 2005, now only to 2 people each time. In 2005, a group of anonymous donors guaranteed a yearly sum for the awards, thus making it possible to give the awards every year. Therefore, the next awards were given in 2006 and yearly since then. In 2014, an anonymous donor set up an investment for the awards so that a substantial yearly sum from interest can be used for the awards. The Human Rights and Nursing Awards are now presented to any nurse in recognition of an outstanding commitment to human rights and exemplifying the essence of nursing as a moral practice. The criteria for the awards are that the contributions and accomplishment of the nominee must be of international significance to human rights. And secondly, the contribution of the nominee have influenced healthcare and/or nursing practice. Verena then has presented a short overview of some of the awardees, though each of one of them, she suggests, would deserve much more attention. She argues that it's been a huge privilege for her to have got to know so many outstanding nurses and people over time. And she has a comment for you all. Every one of you here has the possibility to join their ranks. So do make sure that you and your colleagues can join the list of people with an award. She's then outlined some of the achievements of a range of the recipients over the years. So 2 of the very first recipients were in 2001. Carla Schefter, originally from Germany but working in Afghanistan, established and still runs after 40 years the best entirely free-to-users hospital in Afghanistan. Verena says that she's still in touch with Carla, and in a recent letter she assured me that the hospital, which is in Taliban-run territory, continues as normal, despite the present chaos in Afghanistan, which is a great achievement. Another recipient that year is somebody called Glenda Wildschut from South Africa. Her special interests were violence, trauma, and torture rehabilitation. She helped to develop a reparation policy for genocide survivors in Rwanda, a reconciliation process in Guinea-Bissau, and a church response to the proposed Truth Commission in Sierra Leone. In 2005, one recipient was Fidelis Mudumi from Zimbabwe. At the time, the government regularly raided houses, beat up people at night, and destroyed houses and livelihoods. It was dangerous to visit the victims, as he could easily be killed too. However, he ran an organisation of nurses to rescue the victims from their houses and get medical care for them. Some further outstanding nurses were recipients in 2006, the nurses at the St John's Eye Clinic in Gaza. This group of nurses at the only eye clinic in Gaza worked what was in then situations of heavy bombing, raids, and lack of communication and any equipment. They were not given visas to collect the award, and the matron of the main hospital in Jerusalem collected the award on their behalf. Another recipient in 2008 was Sister Teresita Hinnigan from the USA. Aged 80, and after retiring from a long academic career at the University of Pennsylvania School of Nursing, she established houses for women who had experienced violence and abuse, believing that the structures that condone violence against women have to be challenged at all levels. In 2009, one recipient was Branka Rimac from Croatia. During the Civil War in 1995, she cared for wounded people in no man's land, crossing borders at will. She has since become a leading nurse throughout Europe, establishing links with associations between countries and regions. One recipient in 2012 was Sudeyba Julay from Iran. She single-handedly established ethics teaching in Iran among nurses and doctors and becoming the countrywide reference person for any ethical issues. We also have in that year Rula Al-Safar from Bahrain, who started and ran a campaign to free all medics and prisoners of conscience. In 2012 and 13, she was nominated as one of the most influential Arab personalities. In 2015, Will Pooley was the recipient. Will was originally from the UK, but was nursing in Sierra Leone throughout the Ebola outbreak in 2014. He caught the disease, was repatriated, and then returned to Sierra Leone to continue working when he was well again. In 2018, Alice Leahy from Ireland, who is a nurse and former chairperson of the Sentence Review Group and a former Irish Human Rights Commissioner, founded the Alice Leahy Trust, providing health and related services to people who are homeless and vulnerable. It was said of her that if a homeless person died, they were least known to God and to Alice. We were also very impressed in 2019 with the recipient called Dorcas Gawati from Zimbabwe and the UK. Dorcas migrated to the UK from Zimbabwe in 1991, first working as a cleaner, then as a care assistant in Edinburgh. She is now a visiting global mental health lecturer at the London School of Health and Tropical Medicine and King's College. She's a strong advocate on safeguarding issues for African children across communities affected by female genital mutilation, human trafficking, modern slavery, and witchcraft branding. And the final previous recipient I will mention just now is Lisa Brown Gibson, who was given this award in 2020. Lisa has been instrumental in the advancement of rights of people with mental illness and addiction. She founded the Workman Theatre Project in 1987, now the oldest and largest multidisciplinary arts and mental health company in Canada, supporting artists professionally to achieve their highest potential. So Ruggiero and the nurses from the community mental health teams in Ukraine, I'm sure you would agree you are joining an exemplary role of honour. Each year we ask the recipients 6 months after they have received the award to give us a short report on how they've developed their work and how they've been using the funds awarded with this gift. Last year, Diana Mezon was one of the recipients. She's a practice development nurse in the UK, working within the prison sector, and she has spearheaded the international development of end-of-life care for prisoners. She is currently working with prison authorities to develop facilities and acquire specialist equipment for end-of-life care within the prison. She is also using the award funds to give an international reach to her work. She has been invited to speak at the 18th Biennial Custody and Caring International Conference on the nurse's role in the criminal justice system in Saskatoon in Canada, in regards to how to ensure that men with dementia have appropriate care and their human rights are adhered to within the prison setting. During her time in Canada, Diana has also made arrangements to visit some penitentiaries to compare approaches to end-of-life care. She has maintained contact with the Humane Prison Project based at St. Quentin Prison in California, so linked with them on a regular basis. And again, she's been invited to go out there to see how the training is undertaken within the prison. Our other recipient last year was Ricardo Ayala, who's from Chile, where he is a professor of ethics, but he's also a research fellow at the University of Ghent in Belgium. He was given this award in recognition of his work to promote human rights through social activism, action research, and education. He writes that, "I'm certainly proud to be one of the recipients of the 2022 Human Rights and Nursing Awards. This has been one of the most important achievements in my career." In January 2023, I organised the first International Congress of Professional Ethics held in Santiago in Chile. This was the first ever event of this type in the country, which gathered academic students and practitioners from a number of countries. Guest speakers came from Canada, Edinburgh, Brazil, Colombia, and Chile itself. Arising from this event, at present I'm collaborating with the Chilean Nurses Association at Santiago as an ethics consultant. Additionally, I'm currently working on the organisation of the second version of the Congress, likely to be held in early 2024. The Congress uncovered a great interest from practice professionals, and I have been meeting with the board at my home university to convince them that a postgraduate qualification on professional ethics should be offered. No university offers a program of this type in Chile. One of the conditions being negotiated with the board is that the program will be free of charge for the enrollees, so that their applications are assessed on the basis of merit. This being a major task, I expect to have a first draft of the program towards the end of the year. Another area of Ricardo's work is volunteering at Chile's Committee for the Prevention of Torture. Created in 2019, the committee is an autonomous agency that works nationwide on organisational transparency, human rights training, and on-site visits in ways that guarantee the fulfilment of International Convention on Human Rights. To date, the committee has had no personnel specialising in healthcare practices. Ricardo concludes that his work has been advanced positively as a result of this award, which has helped him set a solid footing to keep working in the support of human rights. This is really inspiring reading, isn't it? How people have been able to use this award to progress their own work and do so in such a magnificent manner. I'd now like to call upon student nurse Tanya Boutiron-Verboer, who's a master's student at the University of Genoa, and she's going to read the citation for one of our recipients this year, Ruggero Rizzini.
Okay. Good evening to everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. Ruggero graduated as a nurse in 1993 in Pavia, northern Italy, and began his nursing career at the Istituto di Ricovero e Cura a carattere scientifico, the National Cancer Institute Foundation in Pavia, where he gained experience in pediatric, oncohematology, as well as infection diseases and general surgery. He now works within the field of infection disease. Ruggero has been chosen as a recipient of the Human Rights and Nursing Award for 2023 in recognition of the exceptional contribution he has made to the development of health and social care in Pavia and Guatemala, Central America. In 1998, 5 years after graduating, Ruggero made his first visit to Guatemala, which inspired him to form ANNS Onlus, the Italian Social Nursing Association, a non-profit organization that builds collaborative alliances to address the determinants of health, such as living and working conditions, as well as access to food, clean water, and health services. Initially, AINS Onlus was involved in a range of small-scale community projects, but in 2012, Ruggero opened Comedor Infantil Casa, an institute in Santa Gertrudis, Guatemala, caring for 50 children and 26 older people on a daily basis. This facility offers children 1 meal a day, employs a teacher for after-school care, organizes recreational activities for children, and engages doctor and a nurse once a week in an outpatient clinic, where anyone with health problem can find appropriate care. The Comedor Infantil Casa is an open place that meets the needs of children and takes care of the parents, especially mothers and older siblings, finding answers to their needs. Some 26 older people attend the facility and receive weekly home visits from the nurse. They are given food packages once a month, and every fortnight they have the opportunity to have lunch in the facility. It engages 4 people with a permanent contract in addition to the services of a doctor and a nurse. The Comedor Infantil Casa was also established with the aim of creating jobs. In a context where there is a lack of work, the few possibilities are precarious, badly paid, and without rights. The workers are employed with contracts according to the labor legislation of Guatemala, and the Comedor Infantil Casa's activities are all accredited by the various ministries of Guatemala. The Comedor Infantil Casa has recently opened a soup kitchen that is open 3 days a week for people not otherwise using their services. Ruggero continues to visit Guatemala 3 times a year to progress his work there. AIN Onlus is also active in Pavia, where Ruggero has led on a range of projects, including a neighborhood nurse scheme to offer health and social activities to vulnerable people. For the last 3 years, he has run a project called In and Out, which has led to the development of a day center that is located a few steps away from Pavia railway station. It accommodates up to 25 people who are homeless and offers them physical, psychological, and social care. In and Out is supported by a multidisciplinary team including 1 manager, 3 educators, and 1 psychotherapist. The team carry out health and social education activities aimed at social integration and enhancement on healthy lifestyles. A strong thread within Ruggero's work has been raising awareness of health and social issues, often through cultural events, including a recent photographic exhibition called Si passa e si va, It Comes and It Goes, that include images of fragility in Pavia. The event included activities for nursing staff to consider the issue of fragility further. Both in Guatemala and in Pavia, Ruggero organizes and works with projects that favor networking with other voluntary associations and with public administration, promoting nurses and the value of solidarity and charity. He has taken leadership roles in K nursing organization and used considerable skills to ensure the success of this project, including raising the necessary funds. Ruggero's nominator highlight that his achievements are inspirational and demonstrate what can be achieved by a nurse with a focus on the right to health, education, and nutrition. He exemplifies nursing practice that is planned and constant over time can lead to profound change. Ruggero is thus presented as a most worthy recipient of this award.
I'd now like to call upon student nurse Alex Berry, who's a master's student at the University of Exeter, to present the citation in relation to the nurses from the community mental health teams in Ukraine.
Hello everybody, and thank you James for this opportunity. I'll just get straight into it. Before the Russian invasion in 2022, Ukraine already carried a heavy mental health burden, and it is estimated that 30% of the population was affected by a mental health disorder. The impact of the prolonged conflict and war on mental health is widely researched, and the World Health Organization has calculated that almost 10 million people now suffer a mental health condition in Ukraine. A recent UN survey showed that Ukrainian people believe that the most significant impact on the war was on their mental health. At the same time, the war in Ukraine has also placed additional pressure on an already strained mental health system. Many mental health institutions have been partially or completely destroyed, while others have been evacuated to save the lives of the patients and staff. Access to mental health services may also be hampered by this stigma and discrimination experienced by its users. In 2001, Ukraine launched a mental health service model, the community mental health teams, with the support of the World Health Organization. The CMHTs were created and provided person-centered and recovery-orientated care for the people who use these services throughout the country, in particular for people who live in remote regions with limited access to mental health services. Since the war began, the CMHTs started to use remote consultations, such as phone calls or video calls, in addition to home visits, thus continuing the care for people who stayed locally or in neighbouring countries. Priority areas included, among others, promoting human rights for people with mental health conditions and psychosocial disabilities, and scaling up community-based mental health services. Since the start of the war in Ukraine, the CMHT, supported by the World Health Organization, have provided 23,000 consultations for 1,400 people with severe mental health disorders. It is reported that 99% of the people accessing these services have been directly affected by the current military conflict. Every multi-professional CMHT has a nurse who has the most intensive contact with their patients and carries out multiple functions, acting as the backbone of the team. The nurses have to master a new way of working, using a recovery approach based on human rights. Since the war started in February 2022, they have been under extreme they've been under extreme difficult circumstances. Instead of fleeing and saving their own lives, the nurses have been among those who have stayed with their patients rather than with their families, hiding in cellars and evacuating patients while under fire. Many patients struggle with fear and despondency as a result of the war, and for many, the members of the mobile teams and the nurses work in them are a source of comfort, reassurance, and hope. In some cases, the nurses are the patient's only resources. In addition, the mobile teams organise group activities in which nurses also encourage patients to learn from each other and to support one another. Patients speak of nurses singing in Ukrainian songs with them as the shooting continued. The stigma of accessing mental health services has also been reduced by the potential for patients to meet with healthcare professionals outside of a formal setting. During the conflict, the nurses of the CMHT have been building their capacity to deliver quality mental health services and act as models to support the development of a stronger and more sustainable mental health system in Ukraine following the war. There is much evidence of the severe impact that conflict has on mental health of the Ukrainian population. However, mental health issues are not given the attention and resources they merit. The contributions of the nurses of the CMHT in Ukraine to the care of the most vulnerable people in challenging circumstances has been characterized by a great commitment to patients. Their contributions require significant resilience, courage, and resourcefulness. Such contribution is recognized and honored in the Human Rights Nursing Award for 2003.
Thank you very much, Alex. I'd now like to call upon Professor Mazzolini to address the event.
Posso star seduta? Sì. Così, ok. Grazie, grazie davvero Jane per questa opportunità. Il grazie importante sicuramente ai colleghi, non solo quelli premiati oggi, ma a tutti coloro che sono stati nominati come vincitori negli anni passati. Credo che con oggi si vada a costruire in modo continuativo davvero una rappresentanza di quello che è pragmaticamente l'etica rispetto ai diritti umani. E questo non è scontato in un momento difficile per la nostra società come quello odierno, e questo credo che ci possa aiutare dal punto di vista di diverse tematiche che sono state affrontate anche nella giornata di oggi. Il fatto di essere formati, di avere una parte importante nella clinica, nella parte della salute delle persone, e riuscire a farlo con quelle che sono le competenze cliniche della ricerca, ma anche con delle competenze personali di quello che è stato citato anche più volte oggi, di resilienza, di coraggio e di forza veramente di portare un cambiamento che è positivo, seppur difficile, rispetto a quello che è il quotidiano. Credo che questi siano esempi veramente speciali che aiutano a rendere evidente comunque delle situazioni forse più sommerse, forse più quotidiane, ma che ci aiutano davvero a far emergere il valore di una professione così profondamente e intimamente etica e deontologica, con quelli che sono i valori proprio riferiti ai diritti umani. e credo che questa sia la parte fondante della nostra professione, il fatto che riusciamo tutti i giorni a portarci verso quella che è la tutela dei diritti umani con tutte le modalità che sono state riportate qui anche oggi. Quindi davvero per me grazie per quello che fate, grazie anche a tutti i colleghi, è davvero un onore poter essere qui con voi oggi e grazie davvero dell'opportunità. Grazie Jane.
Thank you so much, Professor Mazzolini. It's meant a great deal to us to have you with us today. I'd now like to call upon Ruggiero to respond. Yeah, are you going to say a few words?
Mi alzo perché... no, grazie. Io sono contento. Io poi rappresento un'associazione che è fatta da infermieri, ma anche altre persone. Ma non devo dire niente, insomma, ringraziamo del premio che è per noi importante, è un riconoscimento importante, anche perché sono 25 anni che tra una cosa e l'altra continuiamo in maniera insistente e quotidiana a parlare di infermieristica e di diritti umani e di solidarietà, di dono, ma soprattutto di mettersi a disposizione, mettere a disposizione quello che si sa per gli altri. Guatemala, noi nasciamo come Guatemala. In Guatemala c'è una situazione economica, sociale, sanitaria, politica disastrosa da anni e quindi c'è bisogno di dare una mano. In Guatemala perché ho conosciuto un prete, se il prete andava in Africa probabilmente faceva un'esperienza in Africa. E poi c'è Pavia. L'Italia, a differenza del Guatemala, ha una serie di servizi che il Guatemala non ha e quindi siamo un po' più avvantaggiati. Qualcosa c'è, tanto c'è un sistema sanitario che funziona ancora e teniamocelo molto buono e teniamolo da conto e consideriamo che è una grossa fortuna avere un servizio sanitario. In Guatemala e nel resto del mondo questo non succede. Quindi ricevere un premio, essere qui oggi, per me, per l'associazione, ripeto, è una cosa veramente importante, vi ringrazio, forse avete un po' esagerato, però grazie, insomma.
Ruggiero, I would have to say we have not overpraised you. Your achievements are remarkable. Thank you. I'd now like to call upon Rob Cukins to respond on behalf of the nurses from the community mental health teams in UK.
Thank you, Jane. Dobry wieczór, kolegi w Kiewie. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the nurses of the community mental health teams, I would like to thank the selection panel for their decision to honor them with the Human Rights and Nursing Award. The award is a tremendous sign of recognition and solidarity, a sign that moves and stimulates at the same time, a sign that what often is invisible is seen, even from afar. It is seen and appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, war is always a showcase of the worst humanity has to offer. But around the red strokes of violence and sadism, one can see the little brushstrokes filling the negative space. Strokes of kindness and self-sacrifice, of heroism and defiance, of quiet grace and nobility in the face of annihilation. The best that humanity has to offer. These words were written by the Ukrainian journalist Igor Kosov in the book The War Diary of Ukrainian Resistance. And in this endless darkness, there will always be people who bring something to light, who wake up after a restless night and feel the return of grief, and yet don't surrender to cynicism and despair, but get up and carry on as best one can. This is courage itself, courage as shown by the nurses we honor here today. The nurses do not get this honorable recognition because they are victims. Their suffering under the nihilistic destruction of their country is admittedly an experience of vulnerability that connects them to humanity. But suffering as such is not a merit. Their claims to recognition are not based on what has been done to them, but on what they have done. It is they who show courage by getting up in the morning after a night full of wakefulness because of the air raid signs, get up to reach out to their patients, care for them, and defend their interests. The courage to do this, however modest in the eyes of many, make a crucial difference to the quality of life of the most vulnerable fellow human beings, those suffering from severe mental illnesses. It is, as one of the nurses said, the greatest challenge, even if you are no longer sure what life is and what meaning it has, is to remain human. And this award is recognition of the fact that these nurses manage to remain human in the most inhumane circumstances. They show us how nursing, humanity, and human rights are, not only on paper, inextricably linked. And this award is an important moral marker, but it's not the end point. The philosopher Plato reminded us that only the dead have seen the end of war. When war is over on the battlefield, when the smearing of human dignity comes to an end, it is not over in the minds of people who have lived through it. After the war, it will take a tremendous effort to tend to the wounds. And those are not just physical wounds. Therefore, the nurses, all the Ukrainian nurses, deserve our undivided support, now and after the war. Slava Ukraini, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rob, for those very moving words, which we won't forget. Thank you. I'd now like to call upon Professor Gallagher to close the event.
Impossible to follow that. What can we say? Humbled. Very deserving. First of all, I say congratulations to the recipients and thank you for your beautiful words and your humility. In ethics, we use the word supererogation, people who go beyond the call of duty, and we've heard an abundance of this evening. So I have nothing else to say except thank you, congratulations. I will take some photographs before you go, please. And I also want to give a special word of thanks to Jane Lang. Jane makes this happen every year. There's a lot of work behind the scenes to do the selection, so please give a round of applause to Jane as well. Thank you. And I wish you a lovely evening. We have dinner at 8 p.m., so I hope to see many of you there, and we look forward to the proceedings tomorrow. And thank you all for attending this afternoon. Thank you.
Yeah, with